A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
Welcome in, everybody, to the FIDE Chess.com Online Nations Cup as we get set here for Day 2 or Day 3, depending on how you count the opening ceremony and drawing of lots. Either way, I know that we have rounds 3 and 4 up ahead of us, and with me is, of course, the one and only Grandmaster Robert Hess. As we think about what was the first day of play anyway, rounds 1 and 2, and look ahead to rounds 3 and 4, what are some of the big storylines that just pop into your head, Robert?
Well, we had a great day as the first day of rounds took place yesterday, and Fabiano Caruana got off to a torrid start for Team USA, winning both of his games, and yet he's curiously not in the lineup for round 3. So that's one of the first things I noticed, and how could anybody not check out the pairings and see Alexandra Goryachkina taking on Ju Wenjun in a rematch of the Women's World Chess Championship?
Got to say rematch. Sorry, you said rematch. I wanted to say remix, but it is a rematch or a remix of wherever we're going. Goryachkina and Ju Wenjun will certainly give us a fight, just as they did during their women's title match. So let's remind everybody real quick. We already see questions in the chat wondering what exactly is the Online Nations Cup. What's the format? Well, it's 24 of the world's best players competing for 6 of the world's top nations or territories. Of course, we have a massive prize fund, the largest ever in an online team chess event, $180,000 up for grabs. And as we've said many times, it's the first event of its kind, especially when you consider the partnership between chess.com and FIDE here and the effort that went into really bringing in all the not pulling any stops here to make sure that we have arbiters, we have organizational thought through everything we can to make sure that this is an official, a very, very well thought through team event, and we're very excited to be holding it. So if you haven't tuned in yet, this is Day 2 of play and rounds 3 and 4 up ahead. As we said, there are 6 nations. All of those teams were invited. It's a double round robin event, which means that they will play each team with both colors. That doesn't even necessarily mean they will play the same opponents, as the captains can, of course, they can make subs, right? And Robert, as we're going to leave that format up here for a second, but I'm gonna go to talking again about the storyline, because you already mentioned Fabiano Caruana. He went 2-0 yesterday, really the key to the U.S. And their success being in second place, and yet he's curiously not in the lineup today. So your thoughts on what might have led to that?
Well, you're spoiled for choice as the captain of Team USA, as John Donaldson is. And so you have Wesley So as the reserve board. You have Lenier Dominguez on board 3. So he probably was just figuring, hey, I want to see how Wesley is. I want to see what kind of shape Lenier is in. So let me give Fabiano a rest now, and we may never give him a rest again. And I think that might be a sign of the team that they're playing. It's the rest of the world team, which is a very strong team. But considering how tough every other opponent is, probably felt that it was most acceptable to sit Fabiano against the rest of the world.
Well, and I think, like you said, as the event goes on and we move toward fighting for the massive prizes, which we'll bring up now to remind everybody that the main thing is that the top 2 teams essentially double their money. So getting there is so important. As you said, as we get to the later rounds, coach/captain, International Master John Donaldson probably really wants to be sure that he's given everyone a chance, so he knows who might be in the finest form of all to help the U.S. go dancing in the final super final on Sunday. So anyway, we have a lot of great games up ahead here, everybody. We've talked to you repeatedly over the last few weeks, actually, about fair play. A lot of questions come in about what exactly we're doing. I mentioned at the top of the show that, of course, there have been even extra efforts made, extra restrictions on top of what chess.com is normally doing, and talked about recently in a lot of our State of Chess.com videos. You can find it at our YouTube channel. But in addition to the standard sort of algorithms and extra proctoring we already do for all titled cash events, it's even further. Each team has their own arbiter observing them. Each team has their own chess.com trained proctor that is constantly not just observing them, but looking at our algorithm and our data. The arbiters are also doing security checks in terms of 360 room scan, making sure that the players have to share their screen, which is a big thing, especially when you have this much on the line. And of course, the calls are recorded if anything ever happened and would need to be reviewed. The captains can't communicate with the teams. That's been a storyline we've talked about because it is one thing that's different than a normal team event. When going over all the rules with FIDE, it was something that was debated back and forth, but ultimately everyone agreed that in the best interest of ensuring that the captains have no other outside information, they might even sometimes be tuning into our show and we're talking about the best lines, not necessarily my opinions, but Robert's and the computers maybe. So that's important that the captains don't have any other influence that they might relate to the players. So anyway, those are all the things we're doing. Of course, it's been an amazing first day, and we expect to continue that way. Let's bring up the lineups and show everybody who is being fielded. As we already said, Fabiano's sitting out. Those are the 4 players playing for Team USA. You said that the team rest of the world might be their chance to kind of mix it up a little bit. I think what you're saying without saying it is the team rest of the world right now has a little bit to prove.
Well, they did win that match yesterday thanks to Jorge Corey, who also is noticeably absent, but
Right.
that also makes sense when Bassem Amin is your board 3. So I do think that Team USA is such a powerhouse. They feel confident with their other 2 players so that they can sit Fabiano Caruana, but Ali Reza Firouzja is on board too. You see Hikaru Nakamura versus Timur Rajabov, but then you see Ali Reza Firouzja against Leonard Dominguez.
Yep.
And stylistically, maybe that's what Team USA is looking for. Is Dominguez is super solid style, taking on Ali Reza's more creative and frustratingly aggressive style.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, especially if the X's and O's on the board somehow lead us back to these storylines, and it'll make us curious in terms of how Captain Donaldson, don't know why I keep calling him Coach, thought about how he was fielding Team USA today. But the other matchup I'm super excited to talk about is mainly because there's another guy making his debut, Sergei Karyakin over there for Team Russia. He did not play yesterday at all. You and I talked about that. The Minister of Defense now in the lineup here. I think Team Russia is pulling out all the stops against Team China here in round 3.
Well, you have to pull out all the stops when Yu Yang cannot be stopped. He won both of his games yesterday in fine form. And while he had a tough year in 2019 and even in Vaikunze 2020 in classical chess, he's proven to be a worthy contender in the Rapid Time Control. But we would be remiss not to mention, of course, this matchup. You see the 2 women there, Alexandra Goryachkina taking on Ju Wenjun in a rematch of the 2020 Women's World Chess Championship.
Yeah, that's going to be one that probably has most of our attention throughout. Ju Wenjun did not play the first round. If you happened to miss yesterday, Ho Yifan did. So Team China playing. It seems like they can't choose a wrong board forward there. But Ju Wenjun, the reigning women's world champion, will be going up against Alexandra Goryachkina, as you said. So the other matchup: Team India versus Team Europe. There are 6 teams in the event, as we've said. So this is the 3rd and final matchup to preview. Back to what they had in round 1. Vida Gujarati lost a very, very tough, grinded-out game, super instructive game by Fabiano Caruana, who joined us at the end of yesterday's show. But then he got a rest in round 2. Now he's back at it. That's kind of their A lineup there for Team India. And same thing over there for Team Europe. This was the lineup we saw on the first day of play. We saw it in round 1. Anish Giri subbed in for Jan-Christoph Duda. Was one of the subs that happened. So they're back to the lineup that helped them in round 1, Robert.
And Vishwanathan Anand sort of had a rest day himself because he had 2 early draws. Of course, he was trying against Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Rajabov, but he wasn't able to make anything of it. So he gets the white piece against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That will be super exciting. And for Levon Aronian, it's got to be a bounce-back day, is the white pieces against Vida Gujarati. And you don't know what kind of mental shape Vida is in after, you feel like you're the one who cost your team the match, even though with the black piece against Fabiano Caruana, that's a tough one for anybody, but it was such a long, grueling end game where he was so close to making the draw. So hopefully he's ready, he's refreshed, and he's ready to rebound against Levon Aronian.
Agreed, totally. It'll be interesting to see how Team Europe kind of gels here in rounds 3 and 4. Let's remind everybody, we just showed you what the matchups are team by team. Let's just make sure we take the bird's eye view of just the star power in this event. These are all the board ones that will be facing off respectively against each other here in round 3. A pretty awesome lineup of chess superstars. But the board 2 faces aren't really any less awesome themselves. I mean, you're looking at, again, as Fabiano said yesterday, you could almost swap boards 1 and 2 in a lot of ways, and it really just depends on the captain's view of colors. I want this guy to have this color. I want this guy to face this guy. Obviously, the captains do their job in terms of researching all that stuff, and we'll see how it plays out. Boards 3, Sergei Karyakin on board 3 and Wesley So. I don't even know what else to say about that. That's just, it's hard for me to let that roll off the tongue.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to get used to it because Wesley So has no choice but to be on board 3, and Sergei Karyakin making his debut, as you pointed out. But Yu Yang has been the star on board 3 thus far.
Speaking of stars, as we said for the ladies, Zhu Wenjun and Alexandra Gorachkina will certainly get a lot of our attention as Team China and Team Russia face off. But Humpy Canero, obviously Anna Muzichuk. I mean, this is, again, just you can pick them. Obviously, we can remind everybody you can go to chess.com/events, go to the chess.com live server and literally pick them, whatever games you want, as Robin and I dive into the first moves that are about to be played here. And T-minus about 90 to 180 seconds. We're going to take a very, very short break, having set the tone for what's about to happen. Round 3 of the FIDE Chess.com Online Nations Cup kicks off when we return. And we are back as promised. The game's likely beginning here, Robert. In the next 60 to 90 seconds, everyone is getting set behind the scenes. We know that the players, the captains, the arbiters, everybody's ready, and this thing should kick off very soon. So those are the standings right between Robin and I. Again, if you happen to miss day 1 of play yesterday, Team China leading the way with 2 match victories, and the USA right behind them, having drawn 1 match and then won. Team rest of the world is in clear 3rd place, and then it's a big tie there at last place, though, last or 4th place, whatever you want to call it, Robert. But it doesn't matter what I want to call it, because we were about to call these moves here. We've got Ding Liren, Yan Nepomniachtchi. We have Wei Yi versus Vladislav Artemyev. You've got Yu Young-yi versus Sergei Karyakin, and then, as we said, the matchup of the round, as far as this goes, for me and you anyway, Gorachkina versus Zhu Wenjun. I've got the focus here on Russia and China to start, if that's okay with you, Robert, and then we'll continue to tune into others as the games develop.
Totally fine by me. So which game do you want to start on?
Well, I pulled a scotch up accidentally. I'm currently trying to give up the scotch, not the fine spirit, of course, but the opening. So we can talk about the scotch game if you'd like.
Sure, let's talk about the Scotch, because as we see in this game between Yu Yang and Sergei Karyakin, we've seen an exchange on the d5 square. And so you notice that black has these hanging pawns, what they're called, and these C and D pawns. Well, not quite yet, because if black ever plays c5, then the c5 and d5 pawns are hanging, because you ever push one of them, they're weak squares that you leave behind. And so what white is doing is trying to gang up on the d5 square, bring out the dark square bishop, connect the rooks, and claim that with only 2 pawn islands compared to black's 3, white should be for choice.
Of course, note that black is not really interested in taking this knight in a lot of these positions, everyone, because despite the double pawns that white might have, the bishop pair and the pressure that often white is able to get in an open board is much more valuable. So obviously, I jokes aside, I've played the Scotch for a very long time, and so I always get a little bit biased toward white in these positions having the potential for some pressure on the king side, especially in a practical rapid game. But the Minister of Defense, Sergei Karyakin, as we said, making his debut today. He did not play in rounds 1 or 2, so we'll see what he has prepared to do. Over to the board 2 battle, we have Vladislav Artemiev, who maybe in many respects played the game of the day yesterday, right, Robert? A fantastic victory with the white pieces over Levon Aronian. Now he gets the first move again against Wei Yi.
Well, unfortunately, he did go down in round 2 against Fabiano Caruana, so that victory was short-lived in a sense, as you're pretty upset about that loss. But now in this game here, he has the white pieces. He's playing, so it's a slithery style. He likes to fianchetto a bishop. You might see him play b3, bishop b2, and fianchetto the other bishop, or you can revert back to the central territory with d4 next. But black actually doesn't have connection right now. I'm looking at the connection bar, Danny, and that may be an underemphasized point in this event. I mean, it's an online event, so connection stability is huge, and Wei Yi doesn't have it right now.
Well, and that's kind of something he struggles with historically. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people just didn't think it would be possible for him to win the Junior Speed Chess Championship. And it's funny, when we use that word junior, sometimes it makes you think we're talking about youngins, right? Maybe a bunch of people below 2,500 FIDE. That's not the case, right? We were talking about the best players in the world, and Ali Reza Fallujah, Wei Yi, but he managed to pull it off, and there we see the connection clearly comes back. So Wei Yi, obviously, we've talked to him many times. He knows that he's rocking a spotty connection there in China to our servers, but we'll see. So it hasn't been talked about, partly because it wasn't an issue even in time pressure, but today we're clearly seeing some volatility, and so we'll keep an eye on that connection there. Moving on to the board. Whoa.
Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of volatility, go to the board 1 matchup.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Danny.
I was going to say it's moved along. It's moved along very far. This is obviously theory that these guys know and prepare deeply. I'm just going to click through the Grunfeld and let you tell me any moment you want to highlight. But obviously, this is going to be a very sharp battle. I'm excited.
Yeah, and if there's anybody you feel comfortable with or seeing their game with in the Grunfeld, it is Jan Nepomniachtchi. And these typically, when you see the move d5, you look at the bishop on g7 and say, wait, that bishop can become very, very strong, hitting the pawn on c3. But if white can get c4 as well, you're driving forward your center, and you have an extra pawn in the center. You have an e and d pawn, just the black's e pawn, and it's an empty diagonal. So while it looks pretty, the bishop is happy there, it's not actually attacking anything. And so sometimes that's just good enough for white.
Well, and then the shocking thing that comes with it is those 2 pawns become even more when white just grabs c5 after this move b5. Now, I don't have the prep in front of me, but I am going to look into it. I'm wondering about the move b5. It's not something I've seen before in this particular position, although that doesn't mean it hasn't been played before. The move's obviously coming very quickly, and now Jan giving pause after bishop d4. Objectively, I say white has grabbed a pawn. I've actually put my bishop on a square that frustrates your Grunfeld beast over here on g7. But at the same time, if everything is traded, some sort of capture and capture on d4, what's interesting is that black still has a potential 2-on-1, and the a2 pawn might be falling in a lot of variations. So I could sit here all day on just this particular one, which we won't do, but your quick thoughts on where this is headed.
Yes, you raise a good point about the queenside pawn structure. And I also want to take note of the dark squares, that if the bishops get traded, black isn't going to take on d4, I don't think. You can, but you can also just play knight to d7 and try to take over some of those dark squares, c5, e5. But You do have to watch out. You are down a pawn, the bishop on f1, if it can get into some open space, then all of a sudden you see that white is claiming, hey, I have an extra pawn. I'm going to push forward and use it, especially in certain endgames. So trades will not be in black's favor for the time being. So I'll just keep an eye out on this game, and can go anywhere we want. Wow, this game's getting crazy.
I mean, we're going to have to keep look at how fast Liren is playing with a plus 1.5 advantage according to the engine, which I take with a very, very small grain of salt, knowing the supercomputers and the depth that these guys have at home and that are on site kind of for your entertainment engine, designed to make sure we're catching blunders and exciting moments when it happens. But I can't trust that evaluation given how quickly Jan has played this, and knowing that if it's really that bad, there's no way a Grunfeld expert like Nepomniachtchi goes into this. Although as I look at it,
that was shocking to me, Danny.
I mean, Queen D4 is a threat here, hitting G7 and E4.
Well, man, I would never give up my dark square bishop like this. And okay, Jan is an expert in the Grunfeld, so maybe Queen B6 as a response, just to make sure you cover up your dark squares. But I would not have played bishop takes E4. I understand it regains the pawn. So you're like, I'm restoring material equality. That should be good enough. But the dark square surrounding the black king, it's looking ominous over there. And it's going to be a stable advantage for white because of that. I actually really like the position for Ding Liren. And, well, he's also an extremely well-prepared player. So I wouldn't just give that nod to Jan.
I mean, it's totally fair, right? And the computer obviously agrees with you. I guess I was suffering from Nepomniachtchi-itis there, being biased toward him, as many people should be. He's so strong. But so king takes G7 would have been the other thing, as you said, giving the bishop on F3, letting white maintain the pawn, but playing for something a little bit more long-term and strategic on the dark squares. Even here, probably white had a small edge, but now in the live position, as you said, white has maintained the dark square bishop, the enemy of the state, if you will, here for the black king side. And I'm on the edge of my seat here to see what Jan can show us. For those, of course, who missed yesterday, Jan lost a very, very tough game, the longest game of round 2, where he pushed an advantage against Hikaru Nakamura, but ultimately pushed it way too far. And Hikaru turned it around and just amazingly won that game as black, a huge victory for Nakamura and Team USA. Well, so you hope that Jan isn't suffering from any kind of hangover regarding that loss, and we got to keep an eye on this one. But all right, we promised it was another game.
Speaking of turning it around, look at Hikaru's game. He's literally turned the board around from his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and now he has the white side of this kind of structure.
Hikaru likes this position, apparently. Again, people who didn't catch that game, the first opportunity Nakamura had as white in the Magnus Invitational against Magnus Carlsen was this exact line, and he ultimately won that position, though he lost the match. So clearly Hikaru very, very happy in this position. And then, as Robert touched on, he had this not this exact structure. It was actually 2 knights versus 2 knights. The difference here is the bishop and the knight imbalance, but otherwise the same pawn structure. So when are people learn that Hikaru's going to go for this? I guess they're not. They're going to keep doing it.
Well, you also, it's sort of a double-edged sword. On one hand, he's very experienced in it, so you trust his instincts and his play. On the other hand, it's much easier to prepare for to some extent, because you're saying, I'll play Hikaru Nakamura. He wants this structure. I can study it in depth that morning and get ready for the game.
Oh man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for this round here. There's so many crazy games that we're going to be in store for. I was trying to finish off the full circle that was Team China versus Team Russia. So let's touch on that real quick, and then we'll come back here to Nakamura Rajabov. Garachkina versus Zhu Wenjun. Not as sharp a battle as the one we were just looking at, for example, between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, but one that we talked about. This is a rematch of the last Women's World Championship match, the title bout, if you will. Looking very, very tame, very equal right now. Garachkina with a very small edge.
I think this is just such a pleasant position to play from the white side, because now I would just take on d5 with my knight, and I would actually probably take twice on d5, give you that isolated pawn, because I already have the perfect blockader with my knight on d4, and then play rook f to c1. And why rook f to c1? I know I'm moving away from the center, but my pawn on a4 may need that defender. The rook on a1 protects a4, so you don't get bishop d7 with a potential tempo, and then my rook would go right into c7 if you were going to try to go bishop d7. So saving that tempo is of the utmost importance. And the reason why I like this so much for white is even in opposite colored bishop endgames, if black were able to play bishop f6 and take on d4, white is first to the action. So people think opposite colored bishop endgame's always going to be equal. Not so fast. When you're restricted, your pieces have no real optimal squares to work with, and white's plan is so easy.
Well, and especially if white ends up getting control over the open file, right? We talk about open files being like commodities. Supply and demand means the less there are, the more valuable they are. So I really like your plan there of executing quickly on the C file and maybe getting the 7th rank before black has time to react. So for sure. Okay, so interesting. Garachkina maybe in some prep here. That advantage seems to be growing a little bit for white, and we're going to see how she handles this critical decision here. I'm interested. Let's go back to Hikaru and Rajabov's game. We've now sort of previewed and touched on all of what is Team China versus Team Russia. And we know a lot of people want to see Hikaru and Timur face off. Two guys who were not in the candidates, yet two guys who are two of the strongest chess players in the world. The position still clearly in the comfort zone for both players. They have more than 22 minutes on the clock, Robert. Your thoughts on what we see transpiring? We got to start really looking at the details of this, right? Because we now see this structure so much, we sort of jump past the basic fundamental stuff and just start trying to notice the little differences between this and like yesterday's game versus Nepomniachtchi.
Well, the first thing I would note, as you pointed out, was the knight and bishop versus two knights. Right, white has the two knights, but the bishop isn't really an advantage here because where is that bishop going? You want to look for open diagonals for targets, but the best square for now is either e7 where it is or f6, but d4 is so well defended that you're actually not accomplishing much of anything. And the way that you actually press for white is you go against this c6 pawn. We talked about this yesterday. If white is able to put some pressure on that square, then black will be stuck defending and you put your opponent in a passive position. And while I like what Timur has done with the black side of this, he will either just go down the A file and say, let me push my rook forward, or just play rook to B8 and challenge for both queenside files. He has the A file under control. Next comes the B file, and he will not capture on C5 too soon. You don't want to release the tension too early. It's a very critical point. It's something that chess players learn earlier in their careers, that you have to take a peek at how the tension favors you or hurts you. Mm-hmm. And in this case, keeping the rook on b1 a bit more blunted because that pawn on b4 is helping black's case.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I love how you describe what both sides are trying for here. It makes knight c1 make a lot of sense for the viewers because this is a move that both maybe kind of prevents black's activity on the A file, at least temporarily, but also spies in a long-term way. This move, knight c1, believe it or not, is actually trying to attack the c6 pawn because maneuvers like knight to d3 reinforce the idea that both of these knights will be able to pop into e5 and hit c6. And also, depending on what happens with the tension here, everyone, the knight might come to b3 where a5 is available, right? So in variations where if b5 was played, you have to watch out for this. We saw this happen in the game with Jan Nepomniachtchi playing white versus Hikaru yesterday. It wasn't enough for white, but it's still an idea. And so, as you said, the tension here is really the key, right? It's a staring contest. Both sides are trying to maneuver their pieces both in anticipation for how the tension might break and how the tension might stay. So that's what makes it interesting. And here we go. The plan of knight d3, spying the e5 square is underway. And how's he going to meet rook a2 if you're Hikaru?
That's a good question. He probably has to move the queen because you don't want to trade on b2 with the rook because then black does open up the queen side and that favors him. So you have to be careful anytime you trade on the b file when there's a rook staring down from the back. And so after rook a2, probably queen c3, but then you can even play rook a3. I'm actually not sure how white intends to play for more here, as black is first to the real activity on the queen side.
That's why I asked. So I'm glad that you're reading my mind today. I'm wondering how you deal with rook a2, precisely because if you're unwilling to make a trade, then there's just going to be a game of tickle. But let me challenge that. Now that I look at it, maybe this is possible with the idea of taking with the knight. Are you headed to a4? But then queen a2 just has to be fantastic.
Exactly, because then I threaten to play b takes c5 next, and you still have problems on the queen side. And you just look at black's pieces. There's a queen on a2. It's so active there, and the rook is threatening to open up.
Okay, well, this is interesting. So obviously, Timur Rajabov on the clock here. Gonna try to solve what he thinks Hikaru might be up to with this move knight d3, allowing the rook infiltration, and so we'll definitely have to keep an eye on it. Speaking of keeping an eye on it, just remind everybody there's so many games going on. Go over to chess.com/live. You can also go to go.chess.com /ONC or /ONC. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Maybe the moderators and the team working hard to help us can share that. That will be a direct follow link for you to be able to pull up all the games at once in the chess.com live server. So there it is right there, go.chess.com/ONC games. Thank you so much, ChessBay, for that MooBot command there. And if you're on the go, remember, you can also watch on your phone. You just go into the chess.com app, click that watch button, find the games you're interested in, and off you go. You can also chat with those in the live server. Sometimes you'll find a title player just hanging out. Me and Wesley So tend to have some of our deepest conversations in public chat rooms on chess.com mobile. So we continue to roll through. Speaking of Wesley So, let's go to his game versus Bassem Amin, because this might be our last chance to look at it. This one has moved along quickly, Robert.
And people may say, well, what do you mean it's the last chance? Isn't white just up a pawn here? Look at how much more active black's pieces are. There are two knights that are perfectly situated there. The bishop on g7 on the open diagonal, threatening the pawn on b2, which cannot move. It's stuck in its place because otherwise it'll be captured. And so this is a great example of where the piece quality offsets the quantity. And I say that a lot, but here is a great illustration of that. Black down a pawn, but white's pawn not going anywhere. If white were able to put that king over on, say, c2 or something like that, then we might start talking about playing for a win. But the king's all the way on g1. It doesn't feel like any of white's pieces can move without conceding a perfect square for a black piece. So I think that this game should peter out in the near future.
Agreed. Obviously, Wesley will do his best to try to grind it out. You do have an extra pawn, so any sort of trickery you can pull off is something you're going to try to do. At the very least, maybe shake off the rust in the morning and push it as far as you can here. So many games. We've already touched on two here between Team USA and Team World, so let's continue on that path and maybe move over to Lanier Dominguez-Perez game against Alireza Firouzja. This is a spicy affair.
It really is. And I mean, Danny, when you look at this position, what's the first thing that comes to mind for you here?
Well, the e3 square is available for black, and makes me wonder how white is going to deal with that. But if I'm looking at the position, meaning looking at the position, I look at the clock. If you're asking to be honest, the first thing I notice is that Lanier is down more than double on the time.
And I guess it's, vintage Lanier getting a very interesting position with some landing spots for his pieces. I would play knight e3 almost immediately if I were Lanier here, because that forces white to take on e3 unless you want to lose an exchange, which I don't believe you do. And once we trade on e3, I take on e3 with check, and then I take on f5, and I just try to claim we have equal material. I know there are some imbalances here because you can try to get your d pawn rolling, but there must be a problem for black. Some of the loose squares on the king side, especially. You look at this diagonal, queen on c2. If you can imagine a bishop behind it, trying to get a checkmate threat on the h7 square.
Yeah, I think d4 might be the problem there. Maybe that's why he's... Oh, okay, now I said he's pausing 10 seconds for a dark square identification, but then he decides to go for it on the kingside network. Now, the problem is if you take f5, as we said, I think d4 is what the doctor ordered. So maybe you have to play something like rook a to e8 first. One of the funny things I want to point out about the structure, Robert, is that if you move the knight from c6, like even if you trade it on e5, white is up a pawn, but is that really something that black is worried about? I mean, if the pieces are traded, it feels like this bishop is so much better than the white counterpart. I guess from a practical perspective, I like black's pressure despite white's extra pawn. But maybe even you don't have to be in a rush. Maybe you just continue to bring pieces over into the center, and white has some coordination to figure out.
Another example of where you don't need to regain your pawn back right away because your pieces are so active. And you're absolutely right, Danny. The bishop on b7 is a monster. The knight on f3 is corralled right now by black's knight on c6, so it can't even go to a square like d4. And as the position opens up, it's the white king that will be in more danger, which is why that rook takes f5 move was a little shakier, because of the black king could become a victim to some weaknesses on that side of the board. So Lanier is going to, well, first, Alireza has to figure out, does he go rook f2 here so he doesn't put his king in the corner? And no matter if he plays rook f2 or king h1, how is black going to respond? Knight e7 is another idea. You were talking about moving the knight to open up the bishop and try to take on f5 with the knight also comes to mind.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I'm liking black's approach here, and I think that the time management by Lanier, even though it first caught our eye, maybe speaks a little bit to just his experience of playing a rapid time control. The 10-second increment is a significant one to think about, especially when you get under time pressure. You will always have a little bit of time coming back to make sure you convert an advantage. So you talked about heading into this matchup of Team USA versus Team World, Robert, as an interesting pick. Lanier Dominguez-Perez going on board 2 instead of Fabiano Caruana, who went 2-0 yesterday. But maybe something about this matchup here, the maturity, the experience of Lanier Dominguez, something that Donaldson kind of liked against the young Ali Reza.
I mean, Dominguez is a superstar player in his own right. He's a former second for Fabiano Caruana, and he's so solid. Right? Trying to beat that guy is, it's just not going to happen on most days. So I think that Ali Reza, I mean, he's a star. He's a bona fide star. You cannot say otherwise. But he's still young. He's still trying to work on some things. And for Dominguez, taking his time to make sure that he's not making any oversights, you have to be a fan of Lanier Dominguez.
Yeah. And I'm also a fan of his position. So, all right, we'll keep an eye on it. Let's back up and touch on the fourth and final game of Team US. We've looked at So versus Bassem Amin. We've looked at Hikaru Rajabov. We've now touched on Lanier Dominguez-Perez. So the last one we have not looked at is Sadu Kasova versus Crush. And wow, wait, I looked at the names before I even looked at the board, and I looked at the wrong thing. What is going on here?
This would have been the first game that you would have chosen had you actually looked at the board, because when I looked out of the corner of my eye, saw G5, I was like, oh, this is going to be a fun one. And Black played G5 to try to get her knight the E5 square. So what does Savakasova do? She fills the square with a pawn, and some lines it can be a pawn sacrifice, but she's just trying to say, I now have the E4 square for my knight. And if my knight gets to E4, it's going to try to go to a D6. And maybe the C5 square. But I do believe that objectively, Black should be doing well if you just take this pawn on E5. The problem is in a rapid time control, as the clock starts dwindling and your king is still in the center, or it goes kingside where H4 and you blast open the kingside, that can become a problem. So Black doing extremely well here. The material is important. The 2 bishops are good for Black. And so this position for Irina Krush is an excellent one.
Yeah, and something that you have to be prepared to do anytime you go for these types of Sicilians, meaning, yes, it looks very scary, and I think for people who don't play these kind of positions, look at this and think, wow, the white king is safe, the black king is forever not safe, no matter where it goes. But black plays these positions often in any kind of Najdorf, any kind of Scheveningen, sharp English attack Sicilian. So Irina Krush right at home in this type of position. I want to go back to what you said about this G5 idea, because it makes me think that perhaps now some of the reasons that white can be a little more cautious in how you advance the kingside pawns are precisely because of those positional breakthroughs that Black has in these Najdorf Scheveningen structures. So I wonder if maybe white misplayed it earlier, not doing something more traditional like H4 in some positions to try to slow this down. It seems weird, but the pawn can't really be taken because of the D6 pawn. So as someone who's lost these positions for both sides many times in my life, I worry that maybe Black or the white misstepped in getting too aggressive here and actually might have just missed this G5 shot. Again, to point out Robert's idea, if anything else had happened, Black is just feeling so good here in these kind of structures where you own the dark squares. The light square bishop feels like a bad piece. So I'm with you. I'm really liking the direction of this game for Irina Krush. And by the way, she has now taken the pawn.
Yeah, this is her experience showing, where she's not afraid to make a move like G5 because she's played the black side of these Sicilians so many times in her career. And it's a great example of when you say the 2 bishops advantage, oftentimes people think of bishops on long diagonals, but that's not what makes this kind of position a 2 bishops advantage. And even before white played this E5 pawn sacrifice, it's that you don't have a dark square bishop, so you cannot attack dark squares so easily. And it's not what first comes to mind for people, but it's a very important one. So the knight would have gained an outpost in the center of the board where it would just dominate the position. So a very nice position out of the opening for Irina Krush, and Team USA should be very happy.
This is a big one, right? Irina wants to. She held her own yesterday. Actually drew her game. With some ease. There was a blunder that caught everyone's attention for a moment, but it wasn't capitalized on by Goroshkina. But this is a game where I think that if she can hold her own against the international master and even get a W for Team USA, they're going to be doing very well here in round 3. So, all right, we take a second to just breathe and remind you, everybody, there's 12 games still going on. You can go over to chess.com, follow them yourself. Robert, I'm going to spy them all here and let you choose, though. While you're choosing, I'm going to choose to look at Viswanathan Anand versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That's the top board one battle of Team India versus Team Europe this round, and maybe we should just head over there.
Let's do it, because the pawn structure will not be a pleasant one to look at if you're not a fan of isolated pawns all across the board. But when I see a position like this, I look at Maxime's time. I know that this is still in like his wheelhouse. It's still in his relative preparation, because you don't give up the two bishops and ruin your pawn structure unless you have a deeper idea in mind. The problem with this kind of preparation can be that once it ends, and if you don't play very precisely, white is clearly better in so many different ways, right? The bad pawn structure. The c4 pawn already is one that can be captured. And the b2 pawn, I understand, is also a weakness here. But I mean, this really bad pawn structure for black, the knight on h6, out of the game for the time being, dominated by this pawn on g4. I like white's position, but I just know dynamically black should be completely okay.
Yeah, it's weird because I'm with you in that all the long-term features favor white, but I can't seem to solve the present problems for white, regardless of long-term. I mean, the b2 pawn is under attack. There's even weird threats here of rook to b3 in some positions, right? Because if the knight takes the rook, you eliminate the bishop with check and then recapture. So I haven't even played it on the board yet to see if it's any good. But rook c2, I'm looking at ideas of rook b3, which gain a tempo if there was some sort of tactic on f3 to follow. I don't know. And logical things like rook f to d8 are coming. So Vishy at the same time, though, known for his prep, and he's up on the clock. So we'll see what the former world champ has planned here.
It's not a pleasant position to look at, honestly, for either side. As you point out, rook f d8 and the bishop on e3 being loose, the knight on d4 a potential target. But both of these players are so well established, so strong that I do believe that somehow they're still going down what is a continuation of their opening prep.
These two guys, not to say just these two guys, but guys at this level, sometimes they have us on the edge of our seats, and then it ends up being a draw because the computers have worked it out and they're following their prep. Okay, well, we'll see where this goes. If you want, we can stay on this Team Europe and Team India battle and move on to board 2. We have Levon Aronian facing off against Vidit Gujrathi. This game has moved along, opposite code bishops, but a passed pawn for black on d4 makes me happy if I'm Team India.
But the extra pawn might make you happy if you're Team Europe, because
I don't
white
like
is
extra
up
pawns.
a pawn. But no, actually, it's funny that you did that, Danny, because you didn't count. But even though when you do count, you still will like black's position.
Yeah.
And the reason why is white has these weak pawns. c4 is a potential target in a light square, e4 a target, and as you first jump to is that pawn on d4 is such a nice pawn. You can play c5 to reinforce it in the center. A rook can come to b8 to put pressure on b2. That's a backward extra pawn there on the b file. So it's not like white can mobilize. That said, you let white get out a little bit, develop the pieces, coordinate, then that extra pawn will make its presence felt. Imagine an eventual f4 type of move and expansion in the center. And that is why Vidit started with rook to e8, saying not so fast. You can't play f4 because e4 needs to be taken care of first.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be key, because if you can force white to play f3, as I was about to highlight, then the pawn moved right under my mouse. If black has a few moves here, things like a4 to make b2 backward, then c5 to reinforce this pawn here, you start to think that despite the extra pawn for white, it's only black who can press. If I really get a lot of moves, you're going to see things like a4, c5. Maybe a rook comes to b3. We double on the b file. Of course, all that is easier said than done and takes several moves. But I think we agree that other than this bishop now feeling a little bit kind of locked out here in terms of eating granite, and we see there Vidit plays the move I was looking for, a4. Other than that problem, I don't have any problems with black's position, and I feel like Aronian has a lot more to solve here than black does.
Yeah, and actually there's one funny thing here. Bishop e3 takes advantage of the fact that the pawn on d4 is pinned, but then black just plays c5, and you actually are not unhappy to see that move at all, because the pawn on b2 will become a real target if your bishop strays too far away. So I think that this should be about dynamic equality, a level position. I don't really like using words like equal, because then people think draw. But I do think that it's a double-edged position in a way where both sides have their pluses, and really white's only plus is the extra pawn. But as time goes on, after a4 especially, if you play b4 and then black takes en passant, and then I take back on b3 with my queen, then I have this outside pass a pawn, which it doesn't look like a runner just yet, but when it puts on its Nikes, it's going to start pushing down the board.
That's always what they recommend. Before you even follow through with your New Year's resolution to run, buy all the expensive gear. Buy the Nikes, buy the Fitbit, and only then, once you're ready, start actually running. So put on your Nikes first. Okay. Moving on. We've got one more game to look at as far as the Super Grandmasters go. Pentala Hari Krishna versus Jan-Christoph Duda. Wowzers. A Catalan gone wild. I have to start loving White's position, and before I even count the captures, I know the basics of chess say, count how many attackers and defenders we have. I don't care what happens in the center, because in the end, the Black King is about to be blown open.
And Hari Krishna is such a well-prepared player, comes up with so many interesting ideas.
Yep.
And all the arrows that you have, leave them there, because that's exactly what's happening. Black's king is about to be blasted open on the over on the queen side, so the king side, because the king is there. And look at how safe White's king is. So, I mean, that is the entire story of this game, is that White totally safe and sound. And how do you continue this right now? I would just sack and exchange. I would take on c6, bishop takes c6, a takes b5, you take back on b5, go rook takes b5. I'm just trying to crash through. And I know I always say it's not my pieces. I'm happier to sack material, but this looks just so strong, especially eventually my bishop on g2 will open up with when I play e4 to e5, and just everything is harmonious for White's pieces.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, this is very, very reminiscent of a Botvinnik semi-Slav, right? You don't see those variations played at the highest levels that often, right, Robert? But it's similar in the sense that, you know, Black clearly won a pawn at some point, but the long-term compensation for White is based on the fact that their king side is very safe, and it's only a matter of time before these light squares are sort of pried open here, manufacturing open variations for the White pieces, open lines. So very, very worried. Let's just look at that. I mean, if we take here, I don't even know that you have to take b5 if there's not some other moves like rook a6 or whatever, but I just want to show the variation you said, just to highlight how incredibly bad this is for Black. The king is open, c4 is hanging, rook a8 is coming, and the house is falling.
Actually, there are some tactics that now I'm at a corner of my eye where you can even like give up your next rook just to get a check. But the point is that the Black king has no defenders there. It's just barren on the queen side. And when I get e5 in, as I was saying before, that bishop on g2 joins the attack, getting all your pieces in. And Black's rook on g8 in particular is feeling particularly useless.
Yeah. Super tough. Well, obviously, Pentala Hari Krishna has a time advantage, so he's using it. No reason to rush when it seems like all roads lead to Rome. But hard to find a more concrete approach than what you just said, Robert. Takes c6. There's only one move here. Takes b5. Pretty much only one move, but it doesn't matter which one you choose to take back with. Either way, this exchange sack can happen. And as we look at it, I wonder if there was even rook a8 check first, because the only move is king b7 to prevent rook a7 winning the queen, and then there's e5 discover check, and I'm getting so excited I just can't hide it.
That's exactly what I was actually, trying to avoid, because I wanted to say it. I was like, oh, you can sack your rook and get some checks. And I was like, let's not do that. Let's not go all in and then regret it. But this position clearly is excellent for Hari Krishna, so no need to sacrifice material. Yep. And more so than that exchange, because I don't really consider that a sacrifice when you're getting all of Black's pawns and going for checkmate.
Yep. A simple move, queen takes b5, and Jan-Christoph Duda is probably just completely busted. So we'll see what Hari comes up with. The last game we have not touched on in regards to the matchup here between Team India and Team Europe is this one here between Anna Muzichuk and Humpy Canero. A little more tame than this crazy attack we're about to see Hari go for on the other board.
It is more tame, but also there are some weak squares in Black's position that I'm just looking at and saying, how are you going to defend all of them? F5, E6, maybe even C6 if my knight wants to venture over there. The B5 pawn needs defense. So it's all these light squares. That's the theme on this board here. And I think knight E4, because you don't want to allow bishop takes F6, just ripping open your king side, but then White can just retreat with bishop h4, and I still think that these problems persist, and so White
and maybe
must be
even better. There might be ideas of like queen b3 in some positions where you can't take g5 because of d5, and if you play c6, I don't have rook e4. I'm sorry, I forgot about rook a1. But yeah, light
that's
spreads
actually
are crazy.
That's a good idea, though. It's good to keep that idea in your head. That queen b3 in a timely moment. You know, the pawn on d5 is not under attack, but
Yep.
pinned. So if a knight's on e4, it's actually not defending it.
Okay, well, Muzychuk getting a victory, or at least not a loss here against Humpy Canero is going to be huge for Team Europe as we see this matchup playing out. We definitely like Pintala Hari Krishna's position against Jan-Christoph Duda. So Team Europe probably not coming away with anything but a loss there. Remember the game we touched on with Vichy Anand and Maxime Bachet-Lagrave? Something tells me that game is going to be a draw. So this could end up being a huge game we're looking at here between Anna and Humpy.
And Anna is such a strong player. I know we focus on Humpy Canero because, I mean, she's just been I don't even know the right word for it. Her skyrocketing is what she's been doing ever since her return to chess. She's been in great form, and so our attention, of course, is on her as one of the strongest players in the world. But Anna Muzychuk, I mean, herself is such an excellent player who needs little introduction. And with the white pieces and some of these squares that we're pointing out in Black's position, I would not be surprised at all if she's able to secure the full point.
Yep. She quickly plays bishop h4, which I like regardless of whether there was any other move by how quickly she played it, right? It's showing a little bit of just confidence and kind of practical prowess there to make sure that she doesn't get any further down on the clock than she already is by a few minutes and keeps the pressure on Canero. Now the idea I was suggesting before, queen b3, might even be a little bit more dangerous. The one issue White has to contend with is the back rank problem, but assuming you can find a way to deal with that, I agree with your initial evaluation that Black's light squares and Black's king is probably more dangerous than anything White's king can deal with as soon as the back rank isn't a problem.
And F3 is a nice move to multitask. You hit the knight on E4 and clear up the back rank. And, where's that knight going? If you go to F6, I'm going to capture it and open your king side. And if you go over to C5, then I can just take over the E file with the queen E2 and say, I have both of my heavy pieces, my artillery on the E file and your B5 pawns under attack. So that's the problem for Black, is there's looseness on both sides of the board. And I know the queen is doing an excellent job on D7, but it's about to be overloaded.
Yeah, agreed. And Canero has some things to solve here, so she's going to try to use her small time advantage to do it. Let's back up and just quickly touch on the fact that it seems like the smoke has cleared, and in the end, it's only Vichy Anand who can probably win this endgame. Likely a draw on rook ending, but when you look at the bad pawns and the fact that White is still, at least for this exact moment, up a pawn, seems like Vichy solved most of his problems. He has to deal with the F3 pawn first and foremost, and then we'll see if he can come up with something.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Is that you need to spend a move here protecting that pawn, and the B2 pawn is going to be lost. So if they shake hands, well, not shake hands again. I keep forgetting. Online event, don't shake hands.
You can actually. You can get Zoom haircuts these days. You can do Zoom high fives. Ready? Go for it. Ready? Boom. Worked.
Boom.
A lot of things you can do on Zoom these days, I hear. No, jokes aside, yeah. If peace is offered, I wouldn't be surprised either.
Yeah, because rook c3, for instance, it looks like it's going to be a good endgame for White, but we trade on c3, and then after rook e1, I always have rook back to c6. So I just defend my pawn no matter how you attack it. And so I think that the pawn structure looks bad for Black, but it's still relatively compact. It's a 3-on-3, not any sort of imbalance in terms of...
And these G-pawns can be surprisingly okay even when they're doubled, right? I mean, they're... without other problems, sometimes they're harder to break down than you would think, because the only way to make progress often is to eventually offer a trade, which happens, and then you're left with a 2-on-1 rook ending without double pawns, and Black is fine. So yeah, optically they're not the prettiest thing to look at, but they get the job done. Okay, still so many interesting games to look at. Again, remind everybody, choose your own adventure if you'd like. Head over to chess.com and find whatever games you want. And again, as our team just shared the link right there, thank you so much, BJH, for the follow link. Go.chess.com/ONC games will take you where you want to go, and you don't need to manually figure out your way there. So more than 11,000 of you with us right now across a bunch of different platforms. Shout out to all the regulars. And if anyone new is finding online elite chess events for the first time, welcome in, and don't go anywhere else. So, Robert, we got to go other places, though. A lot of other places we can go. I'm going to let you take the wheel here.
I think we should go back to the Fallujah game against Lenier Dominguez because
Okay.
that has really changed.
Wow. Somehow Fallujah is much better and up way on the clock. This is no longer Lenier Dominguez using his time pressure or experience and being willing to take on time pressure. This is, I'm in a bad position and I got to use the clock to try to help figure it out.
Knight a5 was a good move because it opens up the bishop on b7. That means there could be some kind of discovery where you move your queen away and attack something, and then the rook on e4 is under attack. But look at Ali Reza go c4, pushing the queen back. And yeah, this is not looking good for Lenier. Where's that queen even going? If you go queen h5,
let's back up and see, speaking of where the queen's going, how did she get there? We left the position right here after queen takes e3, and it seemed more than level and okay for oh, you know what he did? He played the move that the computer really hated and you and I advised against. The best move here was by far rook a to e8, keep the pressure, emphasize activity over material, but Dominguez took the pawn. And this was the bad move that started to turn this around. Ali Reza immediately plays d4 with the attack on the rook a to e1, and the coordination doesn't stop for white. The bishop comes out, the rook comes out. Wow, queen e2, threatened bishop to c4, winning the lady. This is where we joined. And Ali Reza is in a prime spot to help Team World. What a turnaround here, right, Robert? I mean, this has been crazy. But yeah, rook takes f5 was just a bad move.
Crazy, right? And now look at that queen on h5. It's actually sort of running out of squares. For instance, after rook e5 here, where's your queen going? If you go to f7, I go rook e7, and I win your d7 pawn and just attack you on the 7th rank. Not to mention queen e4 ideas. I'm clearing the square for my queen to get to e4 and threatening queen h7 checkmate. So this might be over in a few moves, and that one bad decision by Lenier Dominguez to take the pawn back right away. And how can you blame him? Because it just seems so natural. Hey, I'm down a pawn. That pawn's under attack for free. Let me go take it. And that's why chess can be so difficult. Yeah,
and obviously it was easier for us to say than actually do. And as you said, that's why he took the pawn, a little bit nervous about it. But the advantage went bye-bye for black. Even if it was small, it was definitely still real if black emphasizes the initiative more than the material. But Fallujah didn't have to be asked twice to bring his pieces to life. This is why people love the way he plays chess. Doesn't miss an opportunity to get active, and I'm with you. I think this game could be over very soon. Look at that move, rook e5. As you said, where is the queen going?
I don't know. And does it make you regret putting in Lenier Dominguez instead of Fabiano Caruana? Or not Lenier necessarily, but sitting Fabiano and playing Lenier and Wesley?
You know, it's interesting. Well, obviously, as we justified Captain John Donaldson's decision to say you got to get everybody in, you got to start to figure out who's on form, and you know, on paper, like you said, it's you know, you're spoiled with choices, right? You've got Nakamura, Caruana, So, Dominguez Perez, but right now this doesn't look like it was the right matchup to give Lenier the black pieces against Fallujah, and the time pressure is again the other thing that just makes you feel like there's no way Fallujah doesn't convert the point here.
Well, Danny, Team Russia has taken a lead because Vladislav Artemiev has defeated Wei Yi in a game that ended up looking very one-sided. And look at that final move. Bishop takes h6 check.
Love it.
Which is, you know, you just stole a pawn, but importantly, you're winning a second pawn because of knight f7 and forking the king and bishop.
Wow, well, Artemiev, again, getting the job done as white, just as he did yesterday versus Levon Aroni. If you missed that memo, Sergei Karyakin, by the way, drew against Liren, so the Minister of Defense, big surprise, defends a position as black and gets the half point. Let's check back in on the top board between China and Russia. Yan Nepomniachtchi and Liren, a rematch from the candidates, although maybe not going to be the same result there. Obviously, we know that Nepomniachtchi got the win at the FIDE candidates tournament over Liren, who never quite found his form in the first half of things. We'll see if that ever changes when that event eventually resumes. But here, Liren seems to be the only one who can win this endgame.
Yeah, right here, white is up a pawn, and it's quite a healthy pawn. The 2-on-1 on the king side, the f-pawn is mobile, so at some point you'd love to play f4, f5, restrict the bishop on g6, but with your king on g3, that does take some time. And after this move a4, which defends the pawn because it was under attack on the a2 square, black just needs to come up with a move. And doesn't feel that easy to play here, because not only is there just this notion of f4, f5 in the future? What about just like moving my bishop away from e2, putting my rook on e6 and trying to win your d6 pawn? So that d6 pawn is one that is surprisingly weak. It seems like, well, you can't even attack it right now. So what are you talking about? Well, as soon as I move my bishop, which I want to do regardless, then I can go rook e6 and come after that pawn.
I think the only issue with moving the bishop is who he's defending, right? The f3 pawn. And the question is, does black find a way to keep pressure on f3 to make that dream a fantasy? I mean, so what can black do here if you're on? How do you coordinate? You can play things like the rook to b3 and then over to a3. As inchwormy as that feels, it does kind of keep the pieces tied down a little bit, right, to f3.
And then maybe I'll switch files over to a5 played, just to keep that pawn cemented on a light square. And I'm expecting bishop f1 because I know you're going to go rook to b3. You made that abundantly clear. And then I'll play bishop g2. And my bishop doesn't look happy on g2, but it's definitely not happy on e2 either. And I want to play rook e6. I want to expand my pawns. Eventually, I can think about moves like king out h4 and try to push that f pawn, as that was the first idea that came to my mind. But all these threats along the e file as well. I do think that black objectively should be way closer to a draw than white is to a win, but not an easy position to play.
Well, I'm thinking because even in this position, you wonder if moves like rook d3 will work, just to make rook e6 hard because of the d pawn. But no, I mean, obviously, I think that the extra pawn says all you need to know, that white's the one playing for two results here. But the time advantage that Nepomniachtchi has, combined with the activity, makes me feel like black should be able to hold this. But okay, exciting. Obviously, we know that China needs this game right now more than Russia does, as you can see on the updated scoreboard there. Vladislav Artemiev got the victory with white over there on the left side of your screen. And Yu Yangyi and Sergei Karyakin, as we said, drew their game. So let's go back to the board 4 matchup, the one that you and I talked about a lot, Alexandra Gurachkina versus Zhu Wenjun. Maybe she didn't get as much as she wanted from that early stage advantage where you and I both liked white. Or we just give Zhu Wenjun credit, because right now it looks like black is... Can you picture a more ideal way to blockade on the light squares here? This looks just fine for black.
I can't, but I also can't see any way for black to get active, because if you ever go rook c7, I'll place my bishop on c5 and say, not so fast. You're not getting into my house. And so white is still more active. White can poke and prod, and I think that's what Gurachkina made clear from the very beginning of this game. She wanted a position where it's a 2-result game, meaning she can only win, or if Zhu Wenjun plays excellent chess, it's going to be a draw. And right now, I think we've seen excellent defense by Zhu Wenjun. All credit to her, but it still feels good to be in the driver's seat, especially when your teammate Vladislav Artemiev won his game, and now you're feeling, all right, well, I don't really need to win this game. The draw is a solid result for the team. There's more pressure on Team China and no winning chances.
Right. How do you think that makes Liren feel, the person we were just talking about, right? He's looking over at this game between Zhu Wenjun and Gurachkina, knowing that, okay, well, now he just knows that they drew. And a little bit surprising, although, as you said, all that she was really going to do by continuing to push it was just kind of flex on the fact that only she could win. But I think we both agreed that probably that wasn't going to happen. So that brings our attention fully back to the only game remaining here for this round 3 battle between China and Russia. Ding Liren now has to convert on this position for China to not win. By the way, they're already in a spot where they're probably not going to win their first match of the event. They won both matches yesterday, right? Even if he wins this, all they do is tie. So Ding Liren trying to avoid China getting their first loss of the Online Nations Cup.
But there's that rook on e6, Danny. I mean, I liked your move rook b to b3 a little bit better because it didn't allow rook to e6 with the force that it comes with. And now d6 is falling. You play rook takes a4, I take on d6. And this is exactly the type of position that you need from the white side to win, because there was not that clear pass pawn. The f pawn has been pinned. The king on g3 would be vulnerable if you ever try to push it. So now when I take on d6, sure, you'll get a passed a pawn as black, but look at my rook on d1. Perfectly situated behind my pass pawn. I'm going to take on d6 and I'm going to rook in front of the pass pawn. And I'm not so sure that black is going to be able to stop it.
No, I agree. The advantage only seems to have gotten better, which is partly why I was, not to say I could ever play the position like Nepomniachtchi, of course, but that's why, I mean, the ideas I was looking for on here were always based on activity, somehow to keep to keep white uncoordinated. Oh, sorry, not rook e6. That would have hanged the pawn, but here, trying to keep the pieces sort of pinned to the first rank here, because making a trade here would have actually lost the d pawn, and black is doing well, I think. So interesting that Jan goes for a trade of the d pawn for the a pawn, knowing how ideally placed white's pieces are to convert to a new queen.
And look at what's happening. Rook f6.
Yeah, that's a great move.
If king g7, can you just play d6? Is that possible?
You'd be giving me f3 check in the end of it, but hey, let's find out, right? Not my pieces.
Yep. And you can't stop me from promoting.
I was going to say, I don't think it's a good idea, and then I sit here and the computer tends to agree with you. It's a good idea. Oh my gosh, wow, wouldn't that be something if Ding Liren just goes all in on the d-pawn's chances here? The thing is, it almost feels unnecessary, because on king g7, I mean, can't I also just play like g5? Protect the rook where it guards f3 and then get back to dancing on the d-file? Do I have to go for this?
Although the problem is, if you play a little bit more slowly with g5, there may be some sort of bishop e4. And then once you play bishop e2, I play bishop d3, and I'm just trying to get my rook behind your passed pawn. And white is still much better playing for a win. But if I can somehow accomplish that, then I'm happy.
Well, we see Jan on camera there giving he's played king g7, and he's given a bit of a raise of the eyebrows there, which may indicate that he's suddenly looked at this d6 idea and goes, wait a second. Well, wouldn't this be a huge victory for Ding Liren to save China from suffering their first loss of the event? As you can see, everyone, Russia up 2-1. At the very least, Russia is kind of proving that China is human here, Robert, right? I mean, China is such a powerhouse team, but at least you show they can be under pressure if you're Team Russia, and it's not going to be a walk in the park. But Ding Liren might be about to save the day.
And Jan looks very frustrated. I saw his face a little while ago. He just can't believe it, especially after yesterday's game against Hikaru. And I still, in some ways, I know the result was a win for Hikaru. I still kind of consider that a draw, at least, how that game was going, and it was just Hikaru defending and Jan went all in.
Here we go.
But losing 2 games in a row is never a good feeling.
Well, it looks like that's where we're headed here. D6 found by Ding Liren, spotted by you moments ago. So I think that we're going to see that. I think we're going to see the second loss for Jan in the event, which, a lot of people have talked about that, right? One of the most talented guys on the planet sometimes can struggle with being his own worst enemy. And you don't want that to happen if you're Team Russia. You really want Jan to find himself in this next round. Or maybe give him a break if that's where it's headed, because it looks like Ding Liren is going to convert and hand Jan his second loss.
And Team Russia, just like many of these other teams, I mean, if Jan sits, that only means that Dmitry Andreikin plays. And I don't think anyone is too worried to have that. In fact, Dmitry Andreikin, while he couldn't play board 1, he won a head-to-head match last year against Ding Liren. They played a classical match, which Andreikin won, which was a surprise to many. But that just goes to show how strong Andreikin is in classical, and let alone rapid and blitz. He is known as sort of the speed demon.
When you have so many talented north of 2,700 players in Russia, obviously we know the chess culture there is strong. Guys like Andreikin, who don't always, they're not name recognition. They don't have the name recognition that some of the other top Russian players do, and because those guys deserve it. But you're absolutely right. They are a stacked powerhouse. So, all right. Well, we'll see how Ding Liren converts this. I'm spying like you are some of the other games here. One that has moved along, maybe surprisingly, because I feel like So has more winning chances maybe than before. Let's go back to Grandmaster Wesley So's game here versus Bassem Amin. Maybe I'm wrong that the H-pawn is just something to look at here. Okay, the more I look at it, actually, it seems like the trade is about to happen. The king comes over to the F7 square, and this is going to be a draw.
And a great hold for Bassem Amin, because that's a tough task. He's black against Wesley So, and he made it look relatively easy. We never felt like he was in any danger. He's down a pawn now, sure. But even if black were to sacrifice the bishop and knight for the 2 remaining pawns, I mean, those type of positions are still theoretically drawn. He's not going to do that. It's not going to come to that. But we talked about that yesterday in the game between Fabiano and Vidit, so we might as well mention it again.
Well, it's not theoretically drawn if somehow black has the f-pawn left. That's actually funny you say that. I was just recently practicing a drill position we have over at chess.com's drills. For those who don't know it, this is not a shameless feature plug. It's actually really instructive sometimes when you can play these endgames against computers, because they're the most patient partner you could ever have, right? Humans get frustrated defending lost positions. Computers are okay with it. And if you have a pawn on the board, the two knights actually can mate. It's not easy, but it is possible. We've seen it done. So, but yes, that's just a funny thing to point out. Not necessary because, as you said, probably Bassem Amin tries to corral this h-pawn, maybe even plays bishop h6 here. He doesn't need to go to Sacktown.
Yeah, there's certainly no need. And I cited the wrong game. I meant the Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi game. And also in a high-level game, Karyakin beats Samsevian in the Isle of Man in a two-night endgame. So that just, for those of you interested, look up the game between Samsevian and Sergei Karyakin from the Isle of Man, and you'll see how to win with the two knights against the pawn. 2018
Isle of Man, not the 2019 Isle of Man, although Grandmaster Robert Hess was at both events.
This is true.
This is true.
Danny, there's so many good games to
so many good games. I kind of want to look at Hikaru and Rajabov's game. That's
what I was thinking.
It's not the same story as we've seen in other games. This is like the last few times we've seen this game, whether it's Hikaru versus Magnus from the Magnus Invitational, whether it's the Nepomniachtchi Hikaru game from yesterday, felt like they were much slower, kind of grinded out. The queens actually came off earlier, right? It was an end game. It was one of those end game, middle game hybrids. This is not the case at all.
What is happening here? Because after Rook A1, if your queen leaves the first rank, is there going to be some kind of Queen C1 checkmate on the first rank? Like, is that what?
Right. But also, the time pressure is what makes this game even more exciting to me because it's mutual. This is not a position where one side has a big lead on the clock. Queen E2 looked pretty forced there to me, other than Rook B1. Maybe Rook B1 was the other option for white instead of this move Queen E2. Perhaps that was better to try to get the rooks off the board and then work the queen up the B file. But now Tamor has the idea you talked about. I mean, Queen C1 is on the agenda. What do you do on that?
Well, Queen C1, the king actually might just be able to run away. King H3, King G4.
Oh my gosh. Wow. What a fun line, fun idea this would be.
And maybe Knight H2 even instead of King to G4, just to keep the king a little bit safer. And the bishop on C7 is a goner. Such
a weird position where you can lose a bishop like this. Obviously, it's not exactly gone. You go to A5, but then maybe the 7th rank is a bigger problem. Let me ask you, Robert, because I think this is going to be instructive, both for myself and the viewers. If the queens come off the board, assuming the bishop isn't lost, how do you evaluate the endgame, right? Because the pawn's stuck on a dark square make me feel like black has long-term chances to put pressure, but a closed nature of the position, the rook and the knight, and the fact that C6 is weak, make you think you like white. So how do you evaluate the future of a position like this? Should white be looking to get the queens off the board or not?
Well, you should be proud of yourself because I think you helped me find black's only move here. Queen C4. Getting the queens off the board in a square where you give me a passed pawn. That way my bishop is not hanging. So take me on C4 and try to take that bishop. You're not going to be very happy about the consequences here.
Yeah, that's a fantastic idea. In fact, Queen C4 is begging to be played because if the queens aren't traded, isn't F1 a problem?
That certainly is. And so actually, your question of trading the queens, like how can black even trade the queens here? And like, wait a second, Queen C4 is a really good move here.
Yeah, I wonder if Hikaru missed this when he played Queen E2, because you can see why you'd want to keep the rooks on the board and not settle on Rook B1. Black has bigger problems to solve, and you don't really buy the mating attack. But if now you see Queen to C4 as an idea, you start to say, wait a second, this could turn around here.
That's an amazing save. And it goes to show, if you can create a pass pawn endgame, and there it is.
Has found it.
And did you see Hikaru's face?
Yeah, he shakes his head. I don't think Hikaru saw this move coming. With less than a minute on the clock, Rajabov has found Queen to C4, and we're gonna have fireworks to finish this one. Now, White can trade and play Rook B4, right, to try to corral the C pawn. But then you've lost all your pressure, right? I mean, I'm just making the moves I'm thinking here. Rook C1, and you're not threatening. Now I can play Bishop A5 and kind of unwind.
Yep, you can even play C3 first and then Bishop A5 in that move order. And a big issue for white is this D4 pawn is on a dark square. So at some moment, it's not going to be the easiest one to defend. So I think Hikaru would be well advised, instead of taking, to play Rook B2 first. And I know the queen trade isn't to his liking, and the king for black maybe can start coming over to the queen side, to D7 square in particular. But you still have chances here because the bishop on C7 isn't the greatest piece. It's sort of just stuck there for the time being. And white can play g4, try to expand on the king side as well. So I still think white has the advantage here, but it's not a pleasant move because you overlooked it really more than anything. And I only found it because you asked me a question that was like, hey, what about trading the queens? And it's the only way to do so.
Well, rook b2 has been played. Rajabov responds quickly with the move bishop a5. We're going to see mutual time pressure here, and we're probably going to stick right here. Again, remind everybody there are so many games still going over at chess.com/live, or just go to go.chess.com/ONC games. If one of our moderators or staff members is willing to share that link for the different chats we have going. So many of you with us on YouTube, on Twitch, on chess.com TV, Facebook, Mixer, Periscope, it's everywhere. G4, I like this move. I think Hikaru made the right. I think you're right. He played this rook b2. It was a mature decision. You kind of acknowledge probably should have handled rook a1 differently when you see the move queen to c4 on the board, because you end up having to offer some exchanges anyway. But now this move g4 is nice. I think white is... but here comes the bishop to c3, right? So this is why I asked that question. I said, what happens if the queens come off the board? Because as bad as black's position looked optically, the d4 pawn is a target, and that might save the day here for Rajabov.
And I mean, I hate to talk about multiple games at the same time, but I'm looking at saving games, and Liren Dominguez was completely busted a few moves ago, and now that's a game again. So this match here between the USA and the rest of the world is heating up, and I have no idea who's the favorite.
Well, we're going to keep Nakamura and Rajabov on camera here. Quickly flash that position. Ali Reza Firouzja, as you said, was completely winning earlier. Still better up the exchange, but black has somehow gotten 1.5 million pawns for it. This is one of those games that you start to get nervous about. So for sure, I agree. We'll keep our eye on both. Hikaru has played rook d3, so maybe this one is about to peter out after f6 is played. Something tells me that almost like yesterday's game, Hikaru is not going to be the one playing for win as white, just like Nepomniachtchi by the end of this. Rajabov is untying quickly.
I do have to say, though, Hikaru is playing a great event thus far. And
for sure.
He went 1-2 yesterday, and whether the win was because Nepo went too far, he defended brilliantly. And then with the white pieces in this game, he actually obtained a very legitimate advantage. And it was only thanks to this crazy resource that Timur Rajabov, who also was in good shape, found. So credit to both of these guys for being in tip-top form for this event. I'm so excited to see how they'll play the rest of the way. But kudos to Rajabov in a tough position, and credit to Hikaru Nakamura for showing how great of a player. He may be the specialist in this opening.
Agreed. The time pressure of this game may end up being something that decides it. Hikaru, probably the most comfortable player on the planet in regards to these kind of situations from a practical point of view, right? The time pressure, knowing that there's still a lot of critical decisions to make. This will be something that kind of tests Rajabov's nerves a little bit. Remember yesterday, Robert, he had a couple of easy draws, right? Quick draws even. This is the longest game he's played of the event so far, actually.
It is indeed. And I mean, this one is closing in on that half point.
Yep.
And I'm just looking across the match here. Arena Crush. If Team USA is going to win, it's because of her. Because she is actually crushing Dinara Savakosova with the black pieces. She's past pawn.
Let's head over there. You're right. Let's head over there.
The
other, both Irina Crush's games and the Firouzja game may end up being the ones that decide the match. So we'll keep a closer eye on it. Fantastic conversion. I mean, this has been a great Sicilian from the beginning, Robert. We highlighted it, caught that critical moment of g5, which I think was that positional strike white didn't see coming. And now Crush is cleaning up.
The only thing that you have to be careful about as black is your king on b8. So if that rook were to be distracted from the e8 square, there's all sorts of drawing mechanisms that white can take advantage of. But that rook's not leaving e8. Right? Arena is way too strong to touch that rook and just leave it there. You have passed pawns, start pushing your pawns, make sure you can get e3 through, and then you win a very easy game.
Queen g2 now played smartly, I think, just in time, because if the trade happens on g2, there's no way to deal with both the g and the e pawns. Just to show everybody, something like this, I believe, is too slow. You get e2 check, force the king up, and now they are frozen, and here comes the f pawn.
That's right.
Queen to b6 played to avoid the queens being traded, but now what's wrong with f2? Yep, here we go.
And that probably will force resignation because you're losing a rook. Either your rook just hangs in e1 or a queen, and you sacrifice your rook for the pawn, in which case Arena Crush scores a very important victory for Team USA. There it is.
Absolutely monstrous. By the way, at some point when this round is over, we will check in on Levon Aronian, who got his first win of the match over Vida Gujrathi. A bit of a shocker given where that position was earlier. But these games are over, so we have to back up. And also another crazy turnaround, Robert. Hari Krishna's position versus Jan-Christoph Duda. How did White not win this game earlier? We were looking at +6 on the board.
But we'll check it out later because right now, I mean, Firouzja and Dominguez, you were talking about, it's anybody's game. I don't even know who's better anymore.
Well, you're not alone there. This game has also turned around. This is why the game is played, as they say, because even if it seems like there should be a clear way to convert, it's not easy when you have time pressure and a lot of critical decisions to make. Shout out to Dominguez Perez for being, by the way, he's been under a few minutes here for the last 20 minutes.
And I like his position. King d8, king c7, get the king to shelter. And rook e6 was probably equally good. But the point is that the black king is now safe. It was under fire over on g8 for such a long period of time. It probably could have been mated earlier in this game, if I'm being honest. But now we're in a position where whose pawns are better? Black has 4 to white's 2. And so the rook for the minor piece doesn't feel like it's that great here, especially as that black king will find safety over there on c7 eventually. Yeah.
It's a great point. And again, the majority on the queen side is so fast, especially when you have this strong bishop. Obviously, we know that the rooks are better than the bishops mathematically and in the open board. But when a bishop is centralized, doing the job of helping defend and maybe helping advance some of your own pawns, really levels the playing field for the bishop against the rook. I love this move. Rook a2 is a threat here. The bishop is pinned. I think Firouzja is in trouble suddenly here.
He is, because his passed pawn isn't quick enough. He needs that pawn to be already on g5 and going to the promotions where there goes g4. But as you point out, Danny, the bishop on d5, such a good piece, covering the g8 queening square. And rook a3 played. Whoa. So watch out. You can't move that bishop from g6. You can't go to f7 to trade bishops because knight d3 checks. That's something that we should point out for the viewers. And I mean, this is tough. I don't even know who's
I highlighted
better.
It as you said it, but I still don't know that rook a3 was the best move. I don't know why you couldn't just take the pawn. Now I feel like Dominguez Perez will be slower than the g-pawn. Firouzja's catching up. This is going to be a result that defines this round between the Team USA and Team World. So,
isn't there rook f3 check here?
Whoa, rook f3 check. I don't know if you saw that.
Because your king has to go to e1 or g1. It cannot go to e2 because knight f4 check forks the king and the bishop.
Yep. Okay, the king has to back up to a square it doesn't want to go to. Again, e2 or g2, here comes the fork. But still, Dominguez Perez has to get something going here to keep up with the g-pawn.
Wait a sec, though. If you have king e1, there's rook e3 check and then rook e5. And how are you going to protect g5?
Wow. Okay, only 23 seconds for Dominguez Perez, but now for the first time in the game, Firouzja is actually the one under time pressure, and you see him shaking his head there. This has turned around.
And there's a mating net. If you go king g1, knight f4, I mean, that king is really in harm's way.
King g1, knight f4, and from a practical perspective, it's so much harder to be Firouzja here. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Knight e2 check is coming. Okay.
Knight e2 check right now.
Knight e2 check, and the king has to run. Rook f2 is winning.
Oh my gosh, this is just crazy.
Okay, the king can actually run to h3. Maybe it's not winning on the spot.
But then you bring the knight back. Oh, that's actually a beautiful line. I don't know if we don't have time to show it. If you go king h2, rook f2 check,
king
h3, knight f4 check, king g3, rook f3 check, and your king has to go to the h file and I go rook h3 check and pick up your bishop on h5.
Oh my gosh. Someone ate their Wheaties today. Way to go, Robert.
I mean, you give a bunch of checks and eventually it works out for you, and that's what's happening for Dominguez.
Okay, rook f1 also hard to deal with because that's checkmate. The knight guards the escape square. Only 15 seconds to solve it for Firouzja. He's trying to give the material back. If you're Dominguez Perez, you don't even want it. You'd love to make a move like knight f4 work and keep the party going.
I think you have to play knight f4 because bishop g2, king g2, your knight on e2 is under attack, the rook on f1.
He does it, but here comes the g-pawn. That could have given Firouzja back his chances.
He's going to go rook g1 and take it.
Rook g1 and take it. He's basically settling. He's going to sacrifice the knight for the g-pawn. By the way, don't play g6 because of rook takes h5. So we're going to get the same line. But okay, by the way, let's spy it. We have a quarter pawn. Guess who's the same color?
The bishop and the pawn, but I'm going to get rook a5, b5, and I don't think.
Okay, so it's going to trade. All right. But still, Firouzja got away with one there. Dominguez Perez not able to close out in mutual time pressure.
And this has been a topsy-turvy game between two worthy competitors. Alireza Firouzja, at first, he just had a blistering attack, it seemed, and then Dominguez put up stubborn defense. And that's what you need from the black side of it, any position really, but somebody who is going to not wilt under pressure. And Leonard Dominguez looking at the clock, looking at his team situation 2-1. You got to move.
You got to find a move.
What are you doing,
3
Leonard?
seconds. Oh, wow.
They offered a draw. Why would you offer a draw?
Why would Firouzja take the draw? He had to win.
I think Firouzja offered it.
I wonder if he just lost sight of the score in the. I mean, this is okay. Like objectively, this should be a draw, but I mean, White has practical winning chances here, right?
You just don't make a draw. You just play on forever. Even if you don't have winning chances, make a 50 move rule because your team needs it.
That was one of those interesting moments where obviously a young player, Alireza Firouzja, you wonder if he lost sight of either the match score or let his nerves get to him. But surprising, again, everybody, we talk about this a lot. The rook and bishop, if somehow they were able to work together and eliminate these pawns, they do have great winning chances in a practical game. Objectively a draw, but very often lost. So I'm just kind of shocked to see that, especially when we know that a few moves ago, he got away with one, right? Knight e2, followed by this move, rook f2 check, probably would have been winning for Dominguez Perez. Crazy line that Robert found involves this, and the bishop falls. Dominguez Perez does not find it, goes for the mating idea of rook f1, and then Firouzja finds the brilliant rook g2, giving back material and kind of saving the day. So, okay, well, wild stuff, wild stuff. Aronian wins brilliantly. We're going to have to take a look at that one as well, but we're going to take a very quick break here as round 3 in the FIDE Online Nations Cup comes to a close. We have, more than 23,000 of you with us here across numerous platforms. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we're going to break down Levon Aronian's brilliant win, highlight some of the other moments we may have missed, and a ton of time pressure. Crazy drama here. The Online Nations Cup continues in just a couple minutes. Welcome in, everybody, once again to the FIDE Online Nations Cup. Round 3 has just concluded, and what a round it was. Amazing chess, crazy time scrambles. We saw Hikaru Nakamura maybe misplay an advantage, but then ultimately convert and hold a draw to help Team USA get a victory. We saw Alireza Firouzja take a draw in a time scramble versus Leonardo Dominguez-Perez. But while we were focused on those two games, another game was giving us an absolutely brilliant performance, Robert. So I understand you actually have another thing you want to show about this instructive idea that Levon Aronian employed against Vidit Gujrathi.
Yeah, as soon as I saw this during the break, I was like, wait a second. This happened in the Pro Chess League Finals 2018 because we can look at the positions where they both have opposite colored bishops, and a pawn that looks like it's taking care of the queenside pawns, but the same exact move was played in these two games, and that is the move pawn to b4.
So the whole idea is you play pawn b4, you're immediately making a passed pawn that black has to deal with, right? And taking advantage of the en passant rule, that the only way to capture it would be to do so right here, right now. Again, the game that Robert is referencing, fantastic memory, by the way, partner, is the one that we now flip to here and reverse the colors to show that it's almost the exact same position if you just take the queens off the board. And in this game, a fellow Armenian, Artak Manukyan, captain of the Armenia Eagles team, came up on the losing side after the move b4. After a takes b3, king to b2, exclam, preventing black from sacrificing the b pawn to take care of the a4 pawn, just to show it. If you play a4, then we have b2, and we trade an I for an I. So the brilliant idea of sacrificing the b pawn, blockading the pawn, and then rushing the a file up the board here actually just wins this game. And ultimately helps big time in the Pro Chess League, though the Armenia Eagles, we know, eventually won the 2018 Pro Chess League at the live final in San Francisco. But here in this game with Aronian, he plays the same move, and look at the computers take a second to realize it. I mean, they have now, but for a while they didn't get it, and suddenly after bishop b2, blockading the b-pawn, Aronian goes on to win an absolutely crazy game here against Vidit Gujrathi.
It's the same exact theme. The bishop on c2 is entombed by its own pawns. And it's just really fun to see things like that come back. And I just immediately thought of that game from 2018. I was like, wow, this idea, I never thought I would see it again. And here it is, uncorked by Levon Aronian.
I think I immediately blocked out that game, apparently, because I was covering it with you during the live finals and didn't remember the idea. But what a brilliant one here. Again, you sacrifice the b-pawn, make sure that it's not going anywhere, and point out that your own bishop here, if you're black, is self-entombed, and there's no way to stop the advance of the a-pawn. What a brilliant idea here by Levon Aronian. Now, I don't even know how he got to this point in the game because it felt like he was in trouble earlier. But when you lose to a swindle like that, sometimes you only just tip your hat if you're Vidit Gujrathi. But by the way, Levon gets his first win of the event, Robert, and helps Team Europe get their first match victory.
That's a huge win for Team Europe because they're such a good team. It's not like, China is going to have a walk through the park with anybody in this field. But, you just think about the teams. We've been talking a lot about China, but that Team Europe, when they're spearheaded by the lineup at the top there, by MBL, Levon, JKD, as well as Giri. And then, of course, when you have the extremely strong Nana Zagnidze and Muzichuk, that's a great team. So I think
you just named the players. Let's bring them up. Remind everybody so they can meet him, as you said. Garry Kasparov captaining them. He's got to be proud, right? His team gets their first win. But then, as you said, a great lineup there. They finally get on the board, and thanks to Levon Aronian, really, for finding his form there in round 3.
For sure. And like you said, Kasparov must be proud of that move, b4. Really, that's the one that goes in books.
Yep. A positional combination, if you will. Super instructive one. So if you tune into these shows to get better at chess, you shouldn't be disappointed from that. Wow, just an absolutely amazing game there. As we're getting set here for actually an interview that we're going to be bringing you here, I won't tell you who just yet. Let's remind everybody of the other teams since we brought up that full view of who the captain is for Team Europe and the top players. Team USA, if you haven't gotten to know them yet, where have you been, by the way? We see Hikaru Nakamura in the chat clarifying his nationality. He is American, not Russian. That is for sure. But speaking of Team Russia, let's bring him up next. remind you of who's captaining their team, Alexander Motilev. Team Russia did fall in this last round. They drew. They had a chance to win, but China came back with a huge victory by Liren over Jan Nepomniachtchi. So Team Russia needs to find themselves, and it's up to their leader maybe on board one to kind of right the ship a little bit. But okay, without any further ado, we've been kind of reminding you of who we have here. Let's remind you of someone who has a rooting interest, I guess, in Team Europe there. Sopiko, how are you?
Hey everybody, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
We're doing great. I haven't seen you since Oslo, the Fisher Random World Chess Championship. So
yeah, unusual times now.
Now, normally we see your husband in that chair, getting victories against Magnus Carlsen and giving us the shush finger. So,
right.
How do you feel sitting in that chair?
It feels great, but I don't know if I have to get up for the next game or not. You know, I'm using all his setup, his room. So just before the game, if you want me to play instead of him, I'm fine with that.
Is Anish currently on daddy duty right now? Is that where he is?
I'm not sure, but Danny is there.
Well, let's hope he's on daddy duty, because someone's got to be there for young Danny.
Well, we're not alone at this place, so I'm sure there are somebody to take care of him. But when I left, they were playing.
Awesome. Well, Sopiko, we brought you on obviously to talk a little bit about this event. Do you look at, Anish has been playing in a lot of events, right? He played in the Magnus Invitational. He's now playing in this one. How's it been at home with this, obviously dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, but then trying to create an environment where Anish can play still in some very elite, very lucrative potentially events? How has that been, trying to create an environment where he can focus on being a Super Grandmaster, but also still be able to play high-level chess from home?
Personally, I cannot complain because I have my husband next. He's playing in the next room and, you know, he's always home. He's not going anywhere. But definitely it's a different situation. And when you're going to play online tournaments, it's very different from on the board tournaments. Everything is different, like home situation, tournament situation, if we compare it. But I think so far, everybody's dealing pretty well against it. And I'm actually very happy because I have not followed so many tournaments, online tournaments in my life. This is great.
So I have a question for you. So we can see Anish when he's playing, but you can probably hear him. Is he listening to some, rap music, or is he cursing when he feels like his position isn't good?
No, he doesn't express his emotions so much like Magnus does a lot. I've seen a lot of clips of him like cursing and so on, but he only expresses his emotions when he beats Magnus.
Well, if you've been following the event, we know Anish played in the first day. The game didn't work out for him when Yu Young-Yi finds this very creative idea to trap the rook. How do you recover from a loss in an online event? You're a very strong chess player yourself, and then you have Anish trying to kind of bounce back psychologically. Is it harder sometimes in an online event, you think, to recover and kind of lick your wounds, so to speak, than it is in an over-the-board event? Do you feel any differences there as far as how Anish is going to kind of bounce back from day one?
I guess losses always sucks. It doesn't matter it's online or on the board. You're still on nerves, like how could I miss this and that? But recently he did not start tournaments. Like he lost not nearly in every tournament recently, like first games, but like mostly he doesn't start well, but then he warms up and like each day is getting better and better. And recovering from that, I think he's just used to it so much. He's playing already for many years, and he exactly knows what to do, what helps him. It's very individual. For me, I just don't look at chess anymore. But him, I think he needs to get back the positive emotions from chess. So he might play titles Tuesday after tournaments or online tournaments and so on.
And Sopiko, I mean, you said you don't play much anymore, but neither does Yifan, and she is playing in this event as she's playing board 4 for China. How exciting is it to see her back in action? I know personally, I'm really pumped that she's dusting off the pieces and playing some good chess.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. It's so nice to see her back and to see her in the action. I'm just rooting for her as well.
Okay, I won't tell Team Europe that because that feels
Yeah.
like, a conflict of interest here.
No, that's just personal. Of course, my favorite team, whom I'm rooting as team, is Europe. But yeah, she's doing great.
The daily question we had yesterday, Sopiko, was asking we asked everyone who they saw as the pre-tournament favorite, and we have you here, and we've got a little bit of time. Thank you again for joining us. The question I would ask you is, heading in, who did you see as the favorite, and are you surprised at all about any of the results so far?
I'm not really surprised. I think China is the favorite because they are really so strong as a team. Also, when they play like Olympiad, it's just different spirit that they have. Maybe individually they will play very different level tournaments, but when they come together as team, I think they are doing their best. So I think that it's not surprising that China is leading, but I'm a bit surprised that Russia is not doing so good.
That's a great point, and we just showed the daily question. Let's actually bring that up again and remind everybody of exactly what it is. You can get involved on social media. Use the hashtag NationsCup. I tend to agree with you. I was asking myself this question as you were giving the answer, and I was thinking that probably the one team that I thought maybe would have gotten a match victory, handled some of those key moments differently might be Team Russia. Although again, it's a super tough lineup no matter who they're facing, right? You start to go through the math and think, who could they have beaten? Who would they have done differently against? Obviously, Jan right now struggling a little bit on board one, but overall, that's a good point. It would tend to agree. So when you look at Team China, and if you were one of the players preparing for either Women's World Champions Zhu Wenjun or Ho Yifan, how do you keep yourself focused there? Putting pressure on yourself to make sure is the mindset kind of, hey, don't lose to maybe the two best women's chess players on the planet, or do you feel like you get yourself pumped up in a different way to really try to go after one of them and try to get a full point?
Personally, I wouldn't have any chance against any of them, any of the players who are playing.
Me neither. So.
Who are playing in the tournament. But I think that's a great motivation also to play against them, as they are the top women players in the world. And how to prepare against them is very individual. Like I would get motivated and I would be like, oh, don't lose. But it's very individual.
Well, Sopiko, you used to play on the Olympic team. So before the game, would you ask your captain, your coach, what result are you looking for from me? Because in an event like this, 4 boards, and let's say you have the white pieces against a higher rated player, what kind of mindset are you having? And do you kind of defer to your captain saying, what are you looking for?
Yeah, actually, it might be surprising, but I never played the Olympiad.
I am surprised to hear that, actually.
I've never played in the European Team Championship or World Team Championship, as Georgian team is way too strong, and I had my chances to get there, but it was very complicated years ago, and then I never had my chance again. But I'm playing for Netherlands right now, and if Olympiad would be held this year, this would have been probably my first Olympiad, but you see, no faith.
Unlucky. So were you maybe expecting an invitation to this year's Olympiad?
Yeah, I think I would play, but yeah, it's not going to be held anytime soon, right? If you hear the noise, that's my husband probably getting ready for the tournament.
He's welcome to come over and say hey if he wants. So if he happens to be around,
okay.
we know he's always there, watching, waiting, looking for something to tweet. So we appreciate that. I get he's the one person who gives me compliments when I post something to Instagram or Twitter. So I just great appreciation there. So how is the Instagram battle going? Who has more followers between you and your husband?
Yeah, I'm too weak, too slow. I have no chance. Yeah. It seems that he's the star in our family, so I cannot do anything about that.
To be fair to you, Sopiko, he does repurpose your Instagrams a lot. I follow both of you, and I see him posting what you've already posted. So
Yeah, I'm grateful for that because it really brings me some followers. But yeah, he's just too strong. I cannot compete. Too strong in chess, too strong on Instagram. No way for me.
I'm done complimenting him for the day.
Yeah,
so.
no more compliments for Anish. So, Sopiko, it's been great to catch up with you. We appreciate you checking in. I don't have any other questions, and besides just a big thank you. And again, best of luck to Anish, obviously, and Team Europe. We know where you're rooting, and best to you and the family there as you kind of tag in, tag out. Looks like Anish is probably going to play in round 4 for Team Europe, based on what we're seeing. I
guess so. He entered this room, so probably it means that he has to play.
Okay.
Thanks for having me. It was really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Sopiko. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Great to catch up with Sopiko, an awesome chess player in her own right and great commentator. The last time we were together was for the Fisher Random World Chess Championship, where it was live in Oslo. Very different times to think about, just doing live commentary with people, and now everything is online, including the European Chess Championship. So the ECU is holding their first ever online championship. It starts May 16th. Again, if you haven't gotten that memo yet, it's probably going to be the largest open for registration event we've ever held here on the site, at least since the Fisher Random World Chess Championship, which had all kinds of qualification stages that people could sign up for. So if you're looking to play in a serious event and maybe even take home a cash prize in one of the under sections available to you depending on your rating, consider signing up there. She mentioned Title Tuesday, Robert, and Anish did play in the Title Tuesday yesterday, despite having lost his game to Yu Young Yi. So it's Wednesday. Robert, I know you're losing track of the days. There won't be a Title Tuesday today, but we'll make sure we end early enough next week for you to be able to play.
I appreciate that. I was about to say I didn't get a chance to play in Title Tuesday yesterday because we went overboard by a couple minutes, but it's such a fun event, and these top players really enjoyed it. For Anish, who lost his game yesterday, it's probably just a good way to shake it off, get a couple wins, and then become ready for the next day.
Though he was chatting with me on Skype, complaining that the Title Tuesday is too strong. He thought it would be a break, and it didn't really work out that way. Speaking of getting a break, no one does on board 1 in the FIDE.chess.com Online Nations Cup. We have liftoff, everybody. The pairings have been announced. Captains have submitted their lineups. No changes to the top of board 1 anyway. Looks like we got all the same faces getting ready to throw down in round 4.
And board 2, Vidit Gujrathi still in there for Team India. And it's tough. You lose a heartbreaker like that to Levon Aroni. We enjoyed his position early on, but there's no rest for the weary because look at board 2. Fabiano Caruana said this yesterday. And speaking of Fabiano Caruana, noticeably absent once again from the Team USA lineup.
Wang Hao stepping in here for China on board 2, I believe. Or did he play last round? I'm literally confused right now. There's a lot of top players in this event.
Wang Hao did not play last round.
He did not? Okay, I was correct on that, but you left me in one of those awkward silences you do on purpose sometimes. We're going to talk about that later, but I was correct on that. Okay, board 3, though, let's move on there. One significant change we got to talk about is Jorge Corey stepping in. Played fantastic chess yesterday for Team World, getting a victory over Adiban Bhaskaran in a wild and fun game. So that's one change. And of course, as we already said, Anish Giri stepping in for Team Europe. Jan-Christoph Duda takes a break. Kasparov doing the same thing he did yesterday, starting out with JKD in the early round, Robert, and then subbing in Anish in the later round.
And same thing with Corey and as well as Bassem Amin.
Yep.
And an interesting choice there because Bassem Amin held so well with the black pieces against Wesley So. And you think, hey, he drew with the black pieces against a super GM, give him the white pieces. But I guess there's something about Jorge Corey's style, and we saw in his win yesterday against Adiban, that they like Corey there as this upstart, somebody who's going to wreak some havoc on board 3 for the rest of the world team. And he's got black against Sergei Karyakin. That's not going to be easy.
Yeah, crazy. I can't wait to see what happens with Anish and Corey stepping in. Karyakin still in there, although he didn't play at all yesterday. So the Russian team happy to have Karyakin continuing to hold down board 3. Board 4, we've got a few different changes, actually, a number of them. We've got Ho Yifan stepping in. Again, Team China, I feel like everyone else just is feeling jealous over there. Zhu Wenjun and Ho Yifan just tagging in, tagging out. It's a dream team there. Anna Zatonsky steps in for Irina Krush, right? Of the other trades, who do you want to highlight? Maria Muzichuk back in here for Team World. Humpy Canero, the only person who played last round who will be back at it here.
And Olga Giria stepping in there for Gryashkina. So interesting decision-making by the captains. Maybe they'll start becoming more predictable. Right now, I don't know what they're doing exactly. I'm not judging them. I'm just saying I can't predict how they're going to submit their lineups. And I am super excited for Humpy Canero taking on Hoi Fan in this round. Humpy Canero gets the white pieces, and that's going to be a brawl.
That's going to be the battle that gets our attention. Those two have actually played in previous Women's World Championship matches, so that's a rematch we've been waiting for, and we didn't even know it, right, until it was in front of us. So I'm super pumped about that. Again, if you're just tuning in, look at the scoreboard there in front of you. Team China doesn't win for the first time in round 3. That allowed Team USA, who got the victory over Team World, to tie them. They are now sharing first there. Team Europe gets their first victory of the day. If you missed it, it was a brilliant finish by Levon Aronian. We might even show it to you again, honestly, here in just a moment, because it was that good. It was that instructive. Team World, as we said, lost their match. Team Russia unable to get the job done versus Team China, which is why they're still there. And Team India, I mean, I think Sopiko said it well. It's, our daily question. Let's remind everybody of that real quick before we go to break. The daily question is a hard one to answer, because when you imply a surprise, Robert, it means you kind of think it should have gone another way. And while I was surprised to see Russia or India there at the bottom in the standings, it's hard for me to see some of those matchups going the other way, right? As we bring it back up here, ask everybody else. Use the hashtag Nations Cup. What has surprised you so far, if anything? Robert, why don't you ponder that daily question as we take a very quick break? When we come back, we're going to be breaking down yet again Levon Aronian's brilliant game. If you missed it, don't go anywhere. You want to see it. We're going to preview the specific matchups of round 4 coming up. More of the FIDE Online Nations Cup when we return.
premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
And welcome back, everybody. Round 3 of the FIDE Online Nations Cup is in the books. We're getting set for round 4, but as those games kick off in less than 10 minutes here, Robin and I have scoured the first set of 12 games that happened today to bring you some more highlights to make sure you get some fun chess stuff. So, Robert, again, I'm being selfish. You know I do love a good endgame combination, probably because I stink at them. But we're going to start yet again with this brilliant idea that at this point, seeing it repeat in more games than one should really be something that people take note of. So, again, tell us why this game, how did this Pro Chess League game just pop in your head? Is it just because you're a grandmaster and I'm not? Was there something special about this game when it happened to you? But this is a game that Artak Manukyan lost as black for the Armenia Eagles to a similar idea that his countryman, Levon Aronian, just played in round 3 versus Vidit Gujrathi.
Well, I like bucking the trend and thinking that the principles in chess aren't always the law. And so when people say opposite colored bishops are going to be a draw, I tend to think about this endgame with this move b4 because it's such a fascinating move trying to get it past pawn over there on the queen side. You already have the king tied down to the pass pawn on the king side. And so even though there are queens on the board, and we'll see in a second with the Levon Aronian game, the exact same theme is at hand. And so after b4 and black takes en passant, you just entomb this bishop on c2 with its own pawns, and then you end up pushing your a pawn down the board to victory.
And again, it's not even just that the b4 idea is played. It's that it's because sacrificing a pawn to get a pass pawn yourself is an endgame tactic that the world should know many times over, right? Because we know in endgames it's not how many pawns you have, it's who gets a queen first, right? So these kind of ideas should always be in your mind, viewers. And again, b4 has a strong threat, which is to play b5. Speaking of the pawns not mattering, you sacrifice it and then rush this guy up the board, right? So the capture is forced. And then it's the idea that comes with that was also repeated by Levon. King to b2 to entomb the bishop and really make sure that this a-pawn will be the deciding factor. So again, this was a game from the Pro Chess League Finals live in San Francisco back in 2018. And Levon Aronian just had this position here in round 3. The computers don't even get it. Nobody sees it coming. And then suddenly b4 is played. A double exclam move in my book that takes the computer a while to even understand. I almost just want to sit here because you know how I love pointing out when the computers don't understand something that Robert does. It's not just because it wins me points with him secretly off air. Look, they still don't get it. And then after a takes b3 and you see bishop b2, that horizon effect kicks in. So again, when we talk about that as far as sometimes the depth of the computer not being designed to look at it in the same way that we do as human beings, that's a great example of it because a human being sees instantly the problem with giving white this pass pawn. And then when it happens, despite the material advantage that black has currently up a pawn in the structure, black is completely lost. There's no way to deal with this, especially when everything else is tied down to the g7 pawn.
And you could think of the mating attack like the h-pawn in the first example we showed. The king and the queen, in this case, are tied to the king side, and the a-pawn is just a runner that cannot be stopped, especially because the bishop on c2 is useless to help out in defending it.
I love that. It's a great point. In that first game that Artak Manukyan had, where white had the pass pawn on h6, that was what was tying down the queen side, or sorry, the king side. In this case, it's the mating threat. And the fact that there's no way to deal with both the a-pawn and g7 means that it was just a matter of time. One shuffling of the king points it out. Vidit goes to Sacktown to make it wild and weird, but it doesn't matter. Levon Aronian converts. So absolutely brilliant game, but we didn't get to see that one finish so much, Robert. Why? Because you and I were focused on a number of other ones. Hikaru's great and crazy game versus Taimur Rajabov. But this game here, when we left it, Alireza Firouzja was completely winning. Don't believe us? Look at the computer. It's +5. He does not convert on this game, which ultimately cost Team World that match versus Team USA. You and I pulled up this position, though, and it wasn't so easy to do, right? He played the move that seems super logical, rook e7. How can that be bad? But actually, a much better move was this crazy knight h2, because you take with the knight, and the queen has to dislodge. Suddenly, g6 is a problem. What a crazy idea to find.
Retreating moves are often the hardest ones to find in chess, because look at your position. You're aiming for the black king on g8. Your knight on f3 also looks sort of pinned because your back rank is also a problem. So just trying to think, hey, I need to remove my knight from where it is, where it looks nice and stable, and then go after the g6 pawn. It's like a counterintuitive approach, but getting rid of this rook on f6 is so important because black needs both rooks. One to protect g6, one protect the back two ranks, and by removing the rooks and getting the queen away from the protection of the g6 square, black's position falls apart.
So let me ask you then, if this is such a counterintuitive move to find, it is, and you played a move that seems so logical, how do you learn from this game? Like in hindsight, I think sometimes I struggled with that, where like you always want to know as a chess player when to beat yourself up, because it wasn't just that you miscalculated, you misunderstood something, and that's where you can learn and get better. Like, it's super hard to be frustrated with yourself when you didn't find this like super awkward retreating move. How do you learn from that if you're Firouzja?
Yeah, because rook e7, as you said, is such an obvious move. It's the move in the position. If you gave all these top players 1 second to play, they would play rook e7, like, I'm going for the attack. And it just, it's kind of fighting your natural instinct in a sense, or sitting and looking for more, because Firouzja did have time in that position. I'm not blaming him. I'm not at all trying to be critical, because I surely didn't see it, and I'm only finding it with the help of, we have Peter Dockers, for instance, who writes the news reports behind the scenes, being like, oh, this move knight h2 is winning. And so I think you have to just fight your initial instinct, put it in your back pocket, and then try to look for other ideas, and realizing that black needs all the defensive resources possible in front of the king, because look at the queenside pieces, the bishop on a6, the knight on a5, doing absolutely nothing to help that black king survive. So if you just trade one of those rooks, everything falls apart.
It's interesting because we know one of the principles to take advantage of bad pieces is to trap them. The other way you take advantage of a bad, or let's say misplaced piece, is by focusing on the other side of the board. So I think you did kind of help us. I asked a question, how would you learn from it? I guess that's an interesting lesson, is that as counterintuitive as knight h2 is, knight d2 also does the same trick, by the way. They both have the same principle in mind, which is take advantage of the side of the board where your opponent is down 2 pieces by trading off some of the key defenders. So super hard to find, but one of those cases where maybe we can learn from the computers and how they think about stuff, and those things are spotted in a way that shocked the world, but maybe ultimately cost Firouzja a chance. So we're only 3 minutes out before the next rounds begin. So why don't we quickly preview what's coming up? We already said that we had the pairings before the break and quickly showed you who they were on a high level. Now you can really see those matchups brought to life visually there by our team behind the scenes. Awesome looking graphic there. And again, the only change there is Giria stepping in for Garashkina on board 4. Otherwise, Team Russia the same. Team World has both Musichuk and Jorge Corey step in.
Yes, and Corey was so good yesterday, and he won that game. So you have to feel confident with Corey there on board 3. And Olga Giria making her debut in this event. Alexandra Goryashkina so strong for Team Russia, but I guess she needs a break, and you want to see if Giria can hold on to that 4th board, and it's going to be a tough match against Maria Musichuk.
As we look at the other matchup, Team Europe versus Team USA, again, we have changes for both teams. 2 changes, Zagnidze and Giri stepping in for Team Europe, and then Anna Zatonsky, stepping in for Irina Krush. So this one, yet again, looks like it's going to be a big coin flip. Can't wait for that MBL versus Nakamura matchup on board 1. But then, you have So and Giri playing on board 3. Can we just laugh about that for a second? They're pretty good.
I feel like we're just watching the Grand Chess Tour. We're just seeing all of the big names there taking on each other. And Wesley So on board 3 and Anish Giri on board 3, as you're saying, that is just ridiculous. That's how strong these teams are.
China and India, the battles of the Far East superpowers is going down here. I see some commenters in the YouTube chat, a lot of fans tuning in from India over at our YouTube stream. Yes, India unfortunately struggling right now to find themselves. Time for team captain / team player to maybe help right that ship there. Vishy Anand leading the way. This is the same lineup that they fielded in round 3. 0 changes for them, and 2 changes over there for China. Wang Hao and Ho Yifan stepping in. on boards 2 and 4 respectively. So, all right, remind you as the games are about to get going what the format is. You are tuning in. If you're one of the more than 25,000 of you with us right now for the first time, here you go. This is the format. The Online Nations Cup is real. It is a thing. And Robert, you take us through the format.
Sure. Why don't I? Because you always do. So there's 6 teams invited. And as you see, and as have been seeing, China, India, Russia, USA, Europe, and a team from the rest of the world. And it's a double round robin, which means that teams play each other twice, once with each color on boards 1 through 4. And there's going to be super final at the end of this on Mother's Day. Everybody should have a happy Mother's Day and enjoy chess along the way. And the time control, 25 minutes, 10-second increment, a traditional rapid format.
I talked to my kids about the game plan for Mother's Day because I'm going to be gone at 4 a.m. And how we're going to set that up. And don't worry, my wife is super into watching chess shows when I'm not around on holidays that celebrate her. So it's not a big deal in my family. Nobody asks any questions. Moving on. The prize fund is really big. And those who make it to Sunday basically double their money. It's going to be exciting. Can't wait for it. And you should be marking your calendar too. Mom wouldn't mind. So, or tune in with Mom and shout out in advance to all those celebrating Mother's Day. The schedule, as Robert has already alluded to, ends with the super final happening on May 10th. So super exciting stuff. We're getting set here. The games will begin here in really just a matter of seconds. We are officially at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. if you're on the East Coast, or another time if you're in a different time zone in the world.
How eloquently put, Danny. And I actually knew you were going to do that because you were trying to think, what time is it? Where am I supposed to tell people the time? But nicely done. And Team China, Team USA in the lead. Hey, Danny, after this round, I'm going to ask you to make a prediction here. Do you think that those 2 teams will still be in a split first place position, or is one of them going to take the lead?
What a question. Just thinking about who's playing for who. Team USA seems on a roll right now. They're surviving the absence of Fabiano Caruana, who went 2-0 yesterday on board 2. So it's hard for me to see them being slowed down. But China did they just upgrade by subbing out the reigning women's world champion for the former women's world champion in Hou Fan? Who knows, right? It's hard to say that, but just wow. I'm going to say that we do still have a tie. And I think that's the safe bet, considering that I think that the teams they're playing against are also super strong, could easily hold them respectively to a draw. And if I had to choose, I would say that they both might even get a victory. So I'm going to say that we are likely still looking at a tie atop the leaderboard after round 4.
Well, that could be a disaster for everybody else, because if you look down the standings here,
Yep.
there already is pretty big distance. There's a whole match victory, 2 points for a match victory away between the top 2 and Team Europe. And USA is playing Team Europe. So if USA beats Europe here, this might just be an indication that we're going to see China and USA make it all the way to the super final.
Yeah, and as we see Team USA there, we know that they're super strong. Again, Fabiano not playing this day at all or this round. Neither is Irina Krush, sitting out round 4. So that's interesting. And as we said, going up against Team Europe, you've got Anish Giri playing Wesley So on board 3 this round. Should be exciting. 2 very, very accurate technical players. So we hope that leads to some sort of incredible prep that surprises one and not maybe a force prepared draw of any kind. But either way, the games are underway. Alireza Firouzja taking on Vladislav Artemyev. Sticking with that matchup of Team World versus Team Russia, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Timur Rajabov, a candidates matchup that never did happen because of Timur's absence due to COVID-19. Sticking here, attempting to anyway. No, we're gonna stick with the top boards, which looks like they've got underway faster. We've got Hikaru Nakamura taking on Vache Legrave. We've got Levon Aronian now playing the black pieces versus Lenier Dominguez-Perez. He hasn't done well as black so far, so this is a good opportunity for Levon to find himself.
It's funny, you should stick to the top boards, and then you went to Levon and Lenier, because in most events, they would be the top of board, but they're not in this
I
one.
meant the top several boards. Like, let's just stick to maybe the top 4 boards. We could continue here. Anish Giri taking on Wesley So. Again, it's a party at the top, and it doesn't stop. It
does not. But we see a Catalan by Anish Giri. So which line Wesley is going to play? I actually was just analyzing a game of theirs from the Grand Chess Tour in India, and this is already different because in that line, Black went for a C5 move earlier, and it's a different line, but they have experience playing each other in the Catalan, and this bishop c6, bishop g5. People may say, wait, do you really want to trade that bishop for a knight on f6? But the center squares are so important. e4. If white can push that pawn to e4, you gain control of the center, you gain space, and that's why you think about dislodging that knight and capturing on f6.
Yeah, and these guys playing quickly because they know this stuff. So I'm going to be taking notes, given that you and I, the last time we played this position, we did not do well against Team Spain and in our regular team battles event. So let's take notes of how Wesley So handles this light square bishop compared to how we did. Not the same line, I'm aware, but still. Well, the battle is ensuing over these central light squares, as you said, and a big question will be where the queen goes, right? The queen wants to maintain the c-file, everyone, to keep an eye on things like c5. You don't really like the idea of black breaking and changing the structure. So now that you've made this trade and you've established control over it, you can continue your development. But the trade-off, Robert, is the queen on c1 is kind of dysfunctional for the rest of your eventual goals here in the middle of the board.
Well, what you say as dysfunctional, Juan Jun says was excellent for her in her victory over Nana Zagnidze. Remember that this was the line that was played with a knight c3, rook d1. The knight ended up coming to e1, and she actually trapped Nana Zagnidze's knight on b4. So this line gives chances for both. But, I mean, Danny, I have to admit my attention is drawn elsewhere for the moment because if you don't mind,
no, I don't mind at all.
And Timur Rajabov are going down the Hikaru Nakamura line, but with a twist.
Aha, b5 has already been played. And this is the move that every time you look at the structure, you wonder why. Why are we not being more aggressive here to blow it open? And maybe Jan is going to either show us why, now that he's put on those streamer goggles and looks like he's about to hit the fighter jets and go attack the Death Star with Luke Skywalker there. But he's got those streamer glasses on. By the way, I do recommend them. They crush the blue light coming out of your screen computer. I use them often during long days. So,
and the capture back with the queen on b5, because you could have captured with the knight, threatening some sort of knight c7 with a fork, but black would have been able to meet that very easily with rook c8. That's why Jan ends up taking on b5 with the queen, as then you would be forced to do something with the c pawn. But now with queen b5, the knight on d7 is hanging, and you always have to be concerned, is white going to punch through c6 and create a true pass pawn on the c-file and make this b6 pawn a permanent target and maybe just capturable in the near future? So look at Jan Nepomniachtchi just trying to catch Timur Rajabov in his preparation.
Yeah, and Rajabov's going to pause. And remember, if you're just tuning in, Rajabov had the same, Rajabov just had the black side of this position against Hikaru Nakamura in the previous round. So playing black in back-to-back affairs, the duty of a board one on this particular day for Team World. But this is a different line here by Jan, and something tells me this is going to get sharper faster. I don't know that means it's going to be any... Whoa! He takes b6 instead of taking back.
Yes, because the rook on a7 is under attack, and I think black gives up the rook here, because if you move your rook, just f takes e5, and all of a sudden, exactly, knight c4. So I was going to say, I'm pretty sure this is some weird line where black temporarily goes down some material, but look at the a3 pawn. Look at rook b8 as a threat. So there is a material advantage in the sense that white has an extra rook for a minor piece, but black's pieces are so harmonious.
And look at the time management. I mean, obviously, Jan is way up. But Timur also playing quickly enough to suggest that he's in his preparation and not worried about this exchange sack. In fact, no reason why he might just go pawn grabbing here.
You're just take on a3, right? Just take with the bishop on a3 even, and say, you're not winning my a5 pawn anytime soon. But one idea that you have to keep in your mind permanently is, will white be able to play f4 to f5? That's a very dangerous threat, undermining the defense of the d5 pawn. And if you look at this pawn change from f7 to d5, it's very healthy. So if I can create a weak base pawn, one that I can attack more easily, in this case, f7 is so difficult to get to, but if I could play f5 and then take you on e6, the e6 pawn, that's a loose square and one that white will try to exploit. Wow.
Going to be an exciting game. Both these guys enjoying a sip of something. We don't know. But I can't wait to see whose prep goes deeper. This is, I mean, obviously it's always presumptuous when we talk about these guys' prep because we just don't know. But something tells me this might have been the kind of line you could have seen even in an event like the FIDE candidates. just because of how quickly they played. We know it's a topical line that players are playing for both sides at the highest levels. Again, this variation is everywhere. We've mentioned several times Hikaru Nakamura had the position against Magnus Carlsen at the Magnus Invitational. We've seen it played, I feel like, several times by Hikaru already in this event for both colors. So, yeah, I'm interested to see whose prep goes deeper here.
And we're still clearly in Jan Nepomniachtchi's preparation because he's moving instantly every turn. And I would actually be preemptive here as black. I would play G6, just anticipating F5 as an annoying threat. It also clears the back rank, so I never have to worry about back rank checkmate. So G6 here. I have a dark square bishop, so I don't have to be so worried about my dark squares on the king side.
Maybe Jan has a side bet with someone about who could be the first to reach 28 minutes with the increment. Because he's about to be the first player to not only just have more time than he started with, but way more time than he started with here if he keeps moving instantly. Which Jan is a confident player, and that's kind of what he does best. And it's been the subject of criticism and compliments throughout his career as far as how he's managed the clock. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. All right, let's back up. We mentioned other huge names. I'm just going to run through a few before we even settle. Remember, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is playing the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura right now. As we said, Anish Giri and Wesley So are throwing down on board threes, respectively. Let's not forget, we have the Far East superpowers going at it. The Vish himself taking on Chef House. That's
Okay.
Ding Liren and Vishwanathan Anand. Vida Gujrathi
Danny,
taking
can you just
on
go
Wang
back
Hao.
for a half second, please?
Go ahead, whatever you want. I just want to make sure people know they can
look at
go to
those
chess.com
pawns.
and follow their own games if they want.
Look at those pawns, please.
I'm into it, man. You know why? Because that bishop might as well be a pawn. I'm into those pawns if that bishop is a pawn on g6.
Like, you were doing a great job, and I hated interrupting you there. But if I've this pawn structure, white has two sets
You know
of
me,
double
when I go into
pawns.
commentary mode, I black out. The chess is just a blur, right? So that's your job, to keep me in check.
I mean, look at these pawns here. The double isolated pawns for white on the F and H files. The double isolated F pawns for black. The bishop on g6, as you said, it might as well be a pawn, but you go to the queen side and black's pawn structure is better, right? So
Right.
This is the most ridiculous position.
Yeah, let's just run through how we got here for kicks and gigs. We got to see what happens. So we had a traditional QGD. Wow, queen f3, right? That's the first sort of unique approach played by Ding Liren here. Normally, a number of other pieces go to f3. But okay, the queen comes to f3. We take on f6.
Yeah, this has become popular in the last decade for sure because they like going to these endgame where they think that white has the advantage because of black's terrible white square bishop.
Oh my God. I like it. We can just freeze frame here. We've got Vichy Anand on camera. Ding Liren, again, making me jealous with that very, very well-chosen shabby chic bamboo decor wood wall. Wainscoting is very, very popular these days.
But how about this pawn structure? I mean, maybe it will become popular. Quarantine chic over here, social distancing pawns.
The quarantine pawns. They're definitely socially distancing, I can tell you that.
But if we take a look, underneath the surface here, the pawn f5 can become a target.
Yep.
As it's on a light square, and the bishop needs to remain on g6 to protect it.
Yep.
There's some elements of a Carlsbad type of thing going on the queen side.
Over here on the queen side, yeah.
But I don't really see that pawn minority. In this case, white's pawn's going a3, b4, and trying to chisel at this nice pawn chain from b7 to d5. So that feels far off. But I guess white is just claiming that because black's bishop is so bad, and now h5 is a threat winning that piece. And as much as we say, hey, it's not really a bishop, it is a bishop, so you don't want to get a trap there. I don't know. I feel like white is definitely slightly better here, but I'm not sure if it's going to amount to anything because knowing Vichy and his just prowess and understanding the game, he might say, I might even lose one of these pawns, but it'll be a draw-ish, or I can hold in a rook endgame.
Well, this is a big moment and a big round for Team India. Again, coming into round 4, if you're just tuning in, China, a co-leader of the event, India, in sole last place. So Vichy Anand would really like to help his team right the ship. But I got to be honest here, it feels like Ding Liren is finding the form, Robert, and getting a little bit of the luck that he didn't get at the candidates. Sometimes when it comes to preparation, you do a lot of hard work, and maybe you don't always get the positions that were best prepared. Ding Liren was obviously struggling at the FIDE candidates for that to be the case. But here in the Online Nations Cup, I don't know. It's not just I promise you, I'm not just being biased toward that amazing looking wall. He's looking good, and I'm liking his chances here against Vishy Anand.
He also needs to bounce back from the Magnus Invitational because he defeated Magnus head-to-head during the round robin portion, but in the 4-player semifinal, he had Magnus beat, and he was crushing him, honestly. And then he ended up losing game 4, losing 2.5, 1.5. So there was clear disappointment from Ding Liren after that result. And now in this tournament, he's in fine shape. And maybe there is something about the team chemistry, that playing the team event, that motivates him.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I think Sopiko was talking about, when it comes to China, their chemistry almost makes them even better, which is hard because individually they're already maybe favored in every matchup. And then the fact that they tend to play better in some of these team events makes them tough. And if Ding Liren is leading the way, that's nobody's dream to play against. He's already about to move. We saw him lean in and grab the mouse. He's whatever he's checking in here, but I think he feels super confident. You could put the rooks on the E file, keep the bishop on F3 to always spy this H pawn, leave this Franken pawn stuck to G6. I liked your idea of A3 and B4 as well, by the way. Maybe A3 is met by A4, but one of the points that Robert made is if you eventually do get B4, you're threatening B5. And that could then create some weaknesses here on the queen side. So Ding Liren, the point is, he's kind of in control of whatever direction this game goes. If it's a battle on the E file, if he slow jams some idea to maybe break through the queen side and this king to eventually infiltrate on the dark squares, I really think this is going to be a tough one for Vishy to hold.
And he's going to go rook G1, rook G5 at any moment because once I put my rook in the G file, you can't touch your F7 pawn because your bishop on G6 needs defense. And even if you do push that pawn, then there are looser squares around G6 and E6 as well. So I think that this is a great position, for Ding Liren, and we'll see if he's able to convert.
Well, again, let's back up here. So many games. We will keep our eye on this one. Again, I don't even know where to go, Robert, because there are so many games and a lot of exciting ones this round. Maybe back to the Firouzja Artemiev game.
Let's do it.
The So Giri game is also interesting. A messy pawn structure. So whichever you want.
I love it when you feel conflicted because you're such a fan and you respect all the players and you're like, I don't know who to turn to. Let's go to the Artemiev game just to see how that one's going along. And we're early here in a Sicilian. So what caught your eye?
We're early, but we're early day. Early day, we're doing work. It's getting hot in her. But we're early here, but I feel like Firouzja's position is a good one.
And he's also up quite a deal of time. So that's the good news for the rest of the world team here.
Well, remember, yesterday's storyline of Artemiev was a battle of two Vlads, if you missed the memo. Vladislav gets the victory of the day in round 1. We see him shaking his head already over Levon Aronian. If you missed it, an excellent Game of the Day breakdown by Grandmaster Simon Williams is available at the Chess.com YouTube channel. But after Artemiev beat Aronian, he lost with black to Fabiano Caruana in a game that Fabi himself said, Robert, in our interview, he was kind of surprised by how straightforward Artemiev made it, right? So now he's playing the black pieces again after winning earlier today, and he's already worse here against Firouzja.
Yeah, but in most Sicilians, you're going to start off a little bit worse, and he's just trying to create complications. And when you look at a position like this, black has already expanded on the queen side, which means that white needs to be vigilant about b5 to b4 in a timely manner because getting the knight kicked, not the end of the world in this position, but at some moment you may need that knight, for instance, stopping a d7, d5. But this is a kind of Kamsky type Sicilian that I haven't seen in a while because it creates a lot of looseness in black's position, and a4 already challenging the pawns on the queen side. And after a4, I do expect just knight c6, the queen moves away, and then b4 for black. But I think it's a really mixed bag of events here. White can just reroute that knight, bring it back towards the center, and by playing b4, you're in danger of overextending on the queen side.
You can come to 92, and some Sicilians you can even play knight d5. I'm not sure if it works here, but that's an idea you have to keep in mind if you're Artemiev. I actually don't know that a4 was what the doctor ordered. Maybe the more positional. You mentioned Kamsky. I mentioned Alexander Ivanov as someone I grew up watching play these g3 Sicilians for so long, and often grinding out young Americans like myself. So I actually think that bishop f4, putting the rook on d1, might have been the more straightforward. That's the other option you have against these sort of Kan Sicilian structures. And by Kan, everybody, we're defining when you make the e-pawn advance along with a Sicilian. By definition, you're making potential targets on the dark squares. So, okay. Either way, this is going to be an interesting one. We will certainly keep it in our minds. Let's back up again. So many games. Again, head over to chess.com, choose your own adventure. Sergei Karyakin taking on Jorge Corey is a messy one. I'm surprised you waited so long to yell for that one, Robert, given that you're pretty much Jorge Corey's #1 fan. Do you want to rip open your shirt and show the T-shirt that says Jorge Corey #1 fan? You want to show everybody?
I just do my homework, and I know Jorge Corey, and I've seen him play some exquisite chess. And right now with the black pieces against Sergei Karyakin, I think he's in a critical moment already at this stage of the game. Because when we look at this pawn structure, now that you played pawn to d4 as black, I understand you're attacking the knight on c3, but white returned the favor with e4 to e5, saying, please take me on c3. Because they go pawn takes c3, and now both your minor pieces are under attack. And what's so critical about this position is that rook on h1, extremely well placed, hitting the pawn on h7, allowing your rook to lift up the board via h5 once I get rid of your knight on f6, and then maybe swinging that rook all the way over to the queen side, because those pawns being split on the queen side, not a good look for black. So I think that for now, Corey has to just retreat with knight instead of taking on c3. I think he should probably retreat his knight to d7, and in that case, white will play knight to e4, and I mean the action just continues here. The e5 pawn is loose, but so are many of the dark squares in black's position, and there's overextension, as I mentioned, with this pawn on d4.
I kind of zoned out because you were giving me too much knowledge to follow. I couldn't even keep up with the highlights. But I'm going to point out, so again, in those critical lines, you don't have to go for them as if you're black. You can just move the knight here, right?
Yeah, I was saying knight d7. The point is knight e4.
And I felt like I should be able to make a trade and take e5. I didn't like those variations where we go for all the trades, precisely as you said, right? I mean, because of all these things, just to show it again, something like this is just really great for white. A move like rook h5, you're keeping this in mind, the queen side in mind. So sorry for failing to bring to life visually what Robert was talking about there, but I agree. White's got an edge here, but I'm much more happy if I don't let that structure happen. The Sicilian player in me wants to just play knight d7.
You're right. And the thing is, white will play knight e4, recapture on d2 with the knight, and then play knight to b3. So I'm giving up e5, but I'm getting d4. And then you look at the queenside pawn structure, you have these split pawns, the A and C pawns, and maybe these players are looking over at Ding, Liren, and Vicianen and being like, hey, they have all sorts of split pawns. That must be a good thing if they're doing it. But I don't like these endgames for black. It feels so much easier to play from the white side.
Robert, if all your friends, do something, it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Just because Vichy Anand and Ding Liren are playing a bad pawn structure doesn't mean all the kids should do it.
It's true. You should always be skeptical and question even the best players' decisions.
Yep. All right. Well, Corey, is in a critical spot. Again, we've been here for the last 5 minutes, and he still hasn't moved, so he knows it, right? Again, if you don't know who Jorge Corey is, he was not picked by accident by Team World. Obviously, Arkady Dvorkovich, the FIDE president, captaining them, and we know that he plays incredibly well in rapid chess, especially. He's a star of the Pro Chess League. And a very sought-after free agent currently competing for the Chicago Win during the Pro Chess League regular season. So I have faith in young Corey to find the right approach here. All right, we got to back up. There's so many games to go to. Vita Gujrathi and Wang Hao are in a mess of a position. If we want to go there, again, everybody, you can see the pairings on the screen here to the left side. Russia versus World, Europe versus USA, China, India. These are the matchups this round. Head over to chess.com and choose your own adventure if you want to. By the way, I'm going back to what I said about the Firouzja game because I thought knight d5 might be on the agenda, and indeed it was. I don't know that it's any good, but I'm a man after Farouja's heart here. And this looks like it's about to become a completely unsound checkmate attack. Sign me up.
I think unsound is the key word there, because actually black can get away with h5 if I'm not mistaken. And the reason why is
give me the pawn.
Give
why?
you the g7 pawn and bishop d4.
Oh, sneaky Robert. Tricks are for kids.
And where's your queen going? You only have the g5 square, right?
Well, but then you can trade. Isn't my d5 knight falling?
Exactly.
Or you may even be able to take right away. But yeah, wow. What? Okay, that's key actually. So if the Siberian elephant, Sib elephant, as he's known on chess.com, Vladislav Artemiev finds h5, we might have a quick turnaround here. So I'm going to go back to what I said. I actually, you know, again, I always want to be hesitant with the criticism there, but I think a4 was unnecessary here. This was the positional approach needed, which is one of the reasons you play the g3 lines against a knight or against a Khan. And I think this was White's more disciplined approach. I really don't know that a4 was needed. And certainly now, after queen g4, if black finds h5, look out.
Do you know how I know these h5 type of moves, Danny? I grew up playing against Alexander Straponsky, Grandmaster, and he would just always find these type of moves where the bishop can come back in the dark squares because he played the Khan Sicilian as black. And I ventured into it too many times, and then I learned my lesson. And so just having that option to sacrifice the g7 pawn and get your bishop either on f6 or d4, just on that diagonal, is useful knowledge.
It feels somehow you and I have more experience in these structures than either one of these young guys. They're certainly much stronger players than us and super talented, but there's a little bit of lack of experience here. You can tell, and that's just because of the way the evaluation is swinging. Now castles, I mean, what if White just plays bishop h6 here?
Then bishop d4 again.
Right, but the same idea is not as strong anymore. c3 can be played.
And then I think I take once on c3 and put my bishop on e5, but then you have f4. Yeah, this is getting...
Yeah. I don't know. I mean...
But f4, maybe I have f5. This is getting very wild.
I also have ideas like this at some point. Watch out for rook a to b1. So anyway, this is going to be a nutty game and will not disappoint us, I'm sure, in terms of the excitement. So many games to choose from. I don't know that any of them really will disappoint us. If you see one you want to yell at, go ahead.
Oh, I have one I want to look at. It's Maria Muzichuk versus Olga Giria, because that game is one of those Caro-Kann positions where both sides are fighting for an attack. But to me, to my eyes, it looks like Black's attack will be stronger because g4 is not so easy to play for White, as Black has all of her pieces staring at that square.
Yeah. But at the same time, when the kings are on opposite sides of the board, usually you can sack pawns and ask questions later, right? I mean, maybe you play g4 as soon as you can. Black
she
does
could have
something.
done a last move, and I think she should have.
Yeah, you got to just go in for stuff like this, and the pawn is less relevant to the attack. So actually, now that you say that, maybe last move she really should have just given up the pawn. Yeah, I like that.
And I mean, it's a scary move to play because you are giving up a clear pawn. And in that position, you could have taken with the F pawn first and maybe with the bishop on g4. So there was a lot to calculate there from White's point of view, where you're like, well, which is the way Black is going to take? Do I have enough compensation? There obviously is compensation, but that's such a vague term. And it's easy to sit here and commentate on the position and say, hey, I think I like it from White's side. It's different to be like, wait a second, when am I getting this pawn back? Because if pieces get traded, I'm going to be down a pawn maybe in an endgame eventually.
Olga Giria making her debut today, playing in round 4, subbing in for Gorochkina. Is she making her debut overall? I believe so, right? Gorochkina played both games yesterday for Team Russia, and then the first round today. So interesting decision there from Alexander Motilev, the team captain for Team Russia, to give Gorochkina a break.
And you know that they were expecting a Caro-Kann because that entire, like, Motilev plays the Caro-Kann. Olga Giria is always a Caro-Kann player. I've actually had to prepare against her when I coached the U.S. women's team, and we play Team Russia. So I know for a fact that she's an extremely good Caro-Kann player. But right now, I mean, it's looking good for Black. I like the initiative that is being built on the queen side. It just feels like her attack, I don't know, it's just something about this. Maybe bishop d6 here might be a nice starting move, because then I'm throwing f4 to win your bishop on e3. That bishop on e3 lacks retreating squares because the knight on d2 is in the way. And eventually an a5 or a b4 or maybe even a queen a5. I'm not even sure how the attack is happening, but it feels like the attack will happen.
Yeah, but again, I think we're surprised together that G4 wasn't played. Platinum member Chug Johnson in the Chess TV chat also says he's surprised she didn't play G4. We're with you, Chugs. I wonder sometimes when you go against an experienced player, you're a little more nervous to challenge them with these dangerous moves because you kind of think, and maybe rightfully so, that well, she's probably prepped this line really deep. A pawn sack likely doesn't work, and those are often bad things when you start seeing ghosts where they don't exist. But Queen C7 played now, Robert, which is the same as your Bishop D6 idea, with the main point that F4 is a threat, trapping the bishop on E3.
And actually, if you have to play G3 here, it means you're not playing G4, and then I can play A5. So Queen C7 might even be a superior move to what I suggested. And you mentioned Ghost. The only friendly Ghost I know is Casper, but
Casper
never
doesn't
fun.
play chess. Fun fact. But yeah, I think right here, I think G4 was what the doctor ordered. Not a move that Maria Muzichuk was interested in, but okay. We'll come back to this in a little bit. There's so many other games still going. I know we keep saying that because it's true. Staying on the board 4 battles between the ladies, I think we have to touch on the powerhouse matchup that is Canero versus Ifan, a rematch from Women's World Chess Championship bout battles from years ago. But we're not going to stay too long here because, well, it's a boring game.
Well, the reason we say that is because Black looks very solid here, and it's a Carlsbad structure where White may attempt eventually to play B4, B5, but such a long way off, and Black can play knight to D7, trade those knights, and I think we'll see this one end in a draw.
Yep. Which, again, for Ifan stepping in here on board 4, going up against the former rival of her career, really, before she became the Women's World Chess Champion. But yeah, it's also that White just lacks minor pieces. So the other thing you might think in this structure that White has, in addition to the B4, B5 minority attack, is sometimes when you've established the knight in the center, you can look to expand on the king side with F4. But when you don't have another bishop on the light squares, you don't have any other minor pieces to back it up, it's usually not in your interest to start advancing pawns and create other weaknesses. So again, we're touching on the match. We get to say hey to Ifan and Humpy there, but I think we're going to move on.
Indeed. And where to now?
So many games that are interesting. Let's go back to Sergei Karyakin's game with Jorge Corey. Knight D7 was chosen. After that, Knight E4, as you suggested, and we have the trade on D2. I think we'll probably get the variation you talked about with Knight captures takes and Knight B3. And, you know, White's going to regain the pawn that he's sacrificed and have a small edge. But sometimes you can give up the C pawn, maybe, with the idea of hopefully eventually changing the structure and getting more active pieces.
And maybe after knight takes D2, you should start with C5.
Good
just
point.
To reinforce the pawn on D4, and then now the pawn E5 really is under attack. So after C5, you have to figure out, do I play F4, which protects E5? That looks like a good move to me. But then the bishop can come to B7, and so we're fighting on the long diagonal, and maybe piece trades will help Black's chances, but I love the outpost square C4 for the white knight.
Okay, knight does capture back. Karyakin commits. Only 8 minutes here for Mr. Corey, so he spent some time calculating there.
That's not good. That's really not good, because Karyakin, we call him the Minister of Defense, but he's also can squeeze a victory out of a slight edge. And right now, this is going to be a long defense for Jorge Corey, and if he doesn't have the time to defend, it might be a short defense.
Well, I like your move C5. I think that committing to fixing your structure before grabbing material might be what Black needs here. The other thing you can try to do if you play C5 is, even if you don't win this pawn on E5, you can try for F6 later on. Slowly kind of rehabilitate what's happened to Black's position here. So I would expect that, but I'm with you. The time advantage, right, plus the small edge on the board. I really love this idea that you mentioned earlier. I just keep looking at a rook lift on the H file, maybe even a Delina Rekharovka, castles queenside, double the rooks. Black has some things to figure out here. Speaking of things we got to figure out, I don't know what else to do besides at least touch on it. We have a result in the books. Hikaru Nakamura and Maxime Bachet-Lagrave have drawn their game. A rather quick one here. Not a bad day's work, I guess, for Hikaru, right? Yesterday he was one of the heroes. He drew Vishy Anand easily, eventually beat Jan Nepomniachtchi. But today he holds down the fort for the USA on board 1 and he gets to make quick work of it so we can get back to streaming. He's busy. So
Yeah, I mean, it's a good result to draw Maxime Vachier-Lagarde with black. There seemed like there was some slight pressure earlier from Maxime, but nothing of any consequence, and a draw was agreed. So for Team USA, you make a draw with the black pieces on board one. That's, generally speaking, a very fine result.
Yep. Yeah, Hikaru, jokes aside, he is streaming often. If you haven't already followed his channel, where have you been? The fastest growing chess channel in the world is GM Hikaru here on Twitch anyway, and on YouTube. Depending on what community you're into. So Hikaru doing his job for Team USA, helping them out, and we'll see if he can continue to. We'll see if he continues to be in the lineup. I would expect so. Maybe he'll get a break next, and they'll throw Fabi on board one. But all right, this game with Firouzja and Artemiev has me salivating for some tactics.
Which means that there might be a blunder, right? When you're salivating for
because
tactics,
I'm salivating for tactics, there's going to be a blunder.
Exactly.
Tell me how you really feel
just
about
going
me.
all in. Danny, don't forget that the knight on d5 is under attack, and it's been there for a while. It hasn't been capturable, but now it is. And I am assuming f4 is met by bishop f6, just retreating the bishop to a square that still defends g7. And if you take me on f6, I take back with my queen, and there goes your threat on the g7 square.
Yeah. And I don't want to open the dark square diagonal for my king unless I'm really getting something for it. I still like the idea of the b file, and this is another reason you play a4 as early as you did. So rook ab1 seems like an easy win to just gain a tempo. I'm not sure what else comes of it next, but
yeah, rook b1, then black will play rook b8. But you're right. I mean, swinging a rook to the b file should be a promising lead for white.
But then what's the follow-up?
I think black is solid, Danny, and the long-term favors black because of the pawn structure.
Yeah. The a4 and c3 pawns, respectively. Not your favorite Peshki. Yeah, and if I don't see a knockout blow, then all of these moves feel like just hot air, right? So you got to be careful here if you're Firouzja.
Isn't that what they tend to say, Danny, in Sicilians? If you can fend off the first wave of attack, it's typically black who has the advantage.
Right. Well, it happens often because, as you said, the pawn structure, not exactly in this way. Often it's the kingside pawn structure that white is throwing at black, and that can become weaknesses in the endgame that kind of leads to that sort of old adage that you just said. But it's the same here, right? Black can defend off the attack. You think of other types of Sicilians, Scheveningans, where white advances all the kingside stuff. We think of the Nigel Short, Garry Kasparov World Championship matches where they had many games in that type of position, and here we go. So yeah, so white is kind of all in here, and you want to convert on something because otherwise black does have long-term positional advantages.
I like Artemiev's chances here, if I'm being honest. I just think that the bad pawn structure on the queen side is one that Alireza is going to regret, and also just he should be confident. He's playing well, but slipping in that first game when he had a win against Dominguez in his hand, you probably are struggling a little bit psychologically, and Artemiev won earlier today. So kind of the momentum just has to be favoring Vladislav. Yeah,
no, it's a fair point. Firouzja didn't convert on a pretty sizable edge versus Lanier Dominguez Perez earlier today, if you're just tuning in. It was a wild one, but yeah, maybe that psychologically is kind of hanging over his head here. Objectively, I think white should still be okay. It's just a question of how you want to approach. Do you switch a little bit to the queen side here? You could play a move like e5 and make a trade. Something like this. The queen comes in, you have to save the bishop. Queen takes c3 is possible, but with the bishop pair, I don't know. The bishop pair, maybe there's still some potential of an attack at some point, but I agree. I mean, it looks scary for Firouzja if he doesn't convert quickly.
Yep, and the bishop pair sounds good, but yeah, the pawns are pawns as well. So for Firouzja, he has his task ahead, and I'm looking across the games here, Danny, and one game that is catching my eye because I love me a good endgame is the game between Lenier Dominguez and Levon Aronian. Speaking of players having a tough day, Dominguez with the white pieces getting this position, that's a no-no.
Yeah. Well, Levon struggled with black on day one, but not so today. He's definitely in the driver's seat here. Is there enough to win? So you count the weak pawns, d4, d4, f3. Okay, so lots of weak pawns. Let's not even count them. But the question is, how do you coordinate enough to really to really get after him. Knight b3 is a move that is ugly as it is. It guards d4. Where's
I'm not even
Black's
going to talk
follow-up?
about the board for a second. Look at the clock.
Yeah. Okay. Key. That's and in fact, I love this move, knight d3. This is more principle to weaknesses chess. You're like, hey, I'm looking at b2, but that's not why I went to d3. I went to d3 to relocate my knight to f4, where it's an absolute beast, and you have suddenly long-term mating nets to worry about with your king stuck on these back rank squares. I'm loving Aronian here as well, not just for that blue light.
And king h5, king h4, endgame.
Wow.
King can be an aggressive piece, not just one that needs to be shielded. But if that king can run down the board and start winning the h2 pawn, for instance, that's a long-term idea. Imagine the rooks are off the board. But the problem with getting all the rooks off the board is then the d pawn becomes an actual passed pawn. So that's what you have to juggle in your mind if you're Levon Aronian. Is like, what pieces do I want to trade? I want to get my king in. I want to start attacking some of these weak pawns. But if I trade rooks, the d pawn is actually a valid passed pawn because I don't have this blockade like I do now.
But maybe you're right. I mean, how crazy is your idea to get going now? I mean, are the pieces sort of ideal? I guess the main issue is if you run the king, white might use the e file for some counterplay, right? Entering into e7, switching to this side of the board.
I believe in the king run. I would go king h5, king h4, pawn h5. My king is safe over there, even though it's out in the wild.
The other move you could play if you're worried about rook e7 is just knight e6 first, just from the perspective that the f4 square isn't going anywhere. So if you play knight e6, you gain pressure on the d pawn, and you could still go back for this idea of king h5 and king h4.
Right.
Okay, interesting. Rook f6. I think he wants to put the other rook on d6. b6 is protected, f7 is protected, f4 is supported, and I can finally focus on my king journey in peace.
Yeah, there are actually rook d6. Is there d8 to d6? Also rook d5 to go to rook f5. If you feel like you can just pile up all the pressure on the f3 pawn and win it, you might go that route as well.
We see that Levon Aronian actually declined a draw offer, by the way, moments ago.
Why would you even offer a draw here when you have 3 minutes in your clock or 2 minutes and you're worse?
Yeah, I'm surprised by that as well. It not necessarily disrespectful, but a little bit just kind of like, what was he thinking to even have a draw offer there? Very weird.
Also, Levon is literally bouncing.
Yeah, he's literally bouncing on his chair back at home. We've seen him in that position many times in the Speed Chess Championship. Obviously, it's great to see Levon back at chess events. Impossible to see him without thinking about Ariane Kaoli and the tragic loss that was. So, again, absolute best wishes and love and support to Levon and everyone involved in Ariane Kaoli's life. So, but it is great to have Levon back, right? Can I just say that? Great to see him playing elite chess here.
Yes, it is for sure. And I don't think Lenier is so happy about Levon's return right now because he's really struggling. Look at his pieces. He's so passive. His rook's on b1. I mean, he's just tied down across the board. And with his clock mismanagement, I would say this should be extremely good for Black. Rook f4, going right after the d4 pawn. Actually, how do you protect the d4 pawn?
Yeah, you don't. It's falling. It's one of those situations where you're hoping to get some counterplay when it goes bye-bye. You hope that the amount of time Black takes here, can I get my knight to c4 in some positions and target b6? Is there some other way to get active quickly where I was going to lose that pawn no matter what? And there you go, right? I mean, activity, I guess. Whoa, he just comes back. What's the idea? He's giving up b6 for d4.
Yep.
I guess he's pointing out that the activity of the rooks and knights together are just going to be enough here. I don't think Dominguez expected this.
I don't think he did either, but it makes perfect sense. You take with the D rook, which attacks the A4 pawn. You can go rook H4 if you want to go after the H2 pawn. You can move your knight away from D3, which attacks the knight on D2, and then the F3 pawn is very loose. So Levon just playing super quickly and super well. I wouldn't be surprised if this game is over in the next, say, 10 moves.
Well, and again, if you're just tuning in, he won the game of the round, which is a little bit ironic. He probably lost the game of the round in round one yesterday to Vladislav Artemiev, but he played a brilliant endgame versus Vida Gujrathi not more than an hour ago, if you're just getting here. Amazing stuff. And if he wins this one, that would be a 2-0 day that Team Europe sorely needed.
And
Wow.
that would prevent Team USA from running away along with China at the top of the standing. So it's a very important for the rest of the field as well.
But speaking of Team China, wow, I mean, we already have one result in the books, and this might be a bad sign for the buddy of ours who we know can sometimes let his emotions get the best of him. But FIDE Gujarati has already lost this round as we back up. He went down against Wang Hao quickly, and I don't even know what happened here. FIDE, as he said himself, both privately and publicly, as we've worked with him, and he's doing commentary, awesome. Also streaming chess. Go to twitch.tv/FIDE chess. But this went badly quickly. He just got destroyed by Wang Hao here.
He did, and I guess it goes to show that commentating with me is bad for your chess.
Hey, I've been saying that for years. Saying it for years. No one listens. Oh
man, that's a brutal finish to this game.
Wow,
too.
just
two
the
pieces
D pawn
for the
is too
rook.
strong here. D2, bishop B3 is lights out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for our friend Vidit. And well, it's tough to go from not playing for several months in against such strong players to all of a sudden being tossed into the lion's den and playing great player after great player, and Wang Hao in good form continuing after the canvas.
And it's unfortunate that for Team India, it may be just a sign of more bad news to come. We haven't reached the back half of the event, so anything's possible to turn around. But Liren is priming himself for a victory over Vishwanathan Anand.
It looks like just a deadlock position to me.
He's up the pawn, and I guess the more we look at it, is there any way to get to C6? My idea is King A3 and sack on A4.
Oh.
Pass pawns on both sides of the board, baby. Push them, baby.
And I guess Black would somehow have to meet that with Bishop E. Wow, look, that's actually... Maybe I spoke too soon, because your King A3 idea is starting to scare me, just sacking the piece and going for the A4 pawn. So
I watch a lot of Leela games.
I think that Black would then play Bishop E8 and try to wait until you take and have C5 with check. But wow, that's a very good thought there, Danny. I love how you're thinking outside the box, because sometimes I was joking that you sacrifice pieces and it's just not good, but this is a very interesting idea.
Yeah, it's probably not good though. Let's be honest. I won't get carried away. I mean, your idea of bishop on E8 is critical because of the C5 check, and as we show it, it's just that it's not just that you get C5; it's that you probably get C4, and suddenly the piece sack has backfired. So, in hindsight, that may not be enough. But before we give up on the idea that white can't win, we've seen Stockfish convert against Komodo in bishop endings that otherwise look like a draw. So are there any other breakthroughs? If not taking A4, is there some other way to engineer some activity? And as I say it, I don't see it.
Yeah, Black's to know King H6, and then they even can play Bishop H5, because there's no way for the white king to get in. And so by trading bishops on a square like H5, in fact, that could only favor Black, but I don't think either side's making progress here.
Yeah, wow. The king comes to H6. You could even just play Bishop H5, right? The king and pawn ending a draw. But why do it? I think A3 is a borderline draw offer, actually.
A3, what? Yeah, I mean, he's going to sit the bishop on C2 and try to get after the F5 pawn.
Right.
So Black maybe has to be a teeny bit careful, but how quickly Vishy's playing this, I think he understands he has a fortress built.
Yeah, Bishop H5 offers the king and pawn ending. Now I think just Bishop G6, which threatens King H5, although it doesn't even really threaten it. It's irrelevant.
But can White make a little bit of progress here? Like if you go Bishop G6, I bring my king to G3. And can somehow White, I don't see a way in necessarily, but I think it's just a complete locked position. It's a draw.
Yeah, deadlocked. King G3, and then you just go back to H6.
Yeah, it looks like just a solid fortress by Vishy.
Wow, interesting game here. And the bad pawns started out looking much worse for Liren here, and Vishy ends up getting a couple bad pawns himself, but nothing to do, nothing to break through, and a very needed draw for Team India. Maybe not enough for them to not lose this particular matchup, though, unfortunately, as FIDE Gujarati has already gone down. We see that we have a draw between Yu Young Yi and Pentala Harikrishna. So that game is in the books. And again, if Vishy draws his game, we're assuming that's going to happen. The only game left between Team India and Team China that has a chance, I guess, if India wants to tie this match, Humpy Canero has to get a victory here, but I don't think that's happening.
I'm trying to look to see even a possibility of a win for white here, but it's a locked up board. The B4 pawn, you say, hey, it's a double pawn. Maybe I can get to that. Where are you going to get to it from? The C4 square is under black's control, and there's no piece for white that can go attack this pawn. And if you go rook A1, I understand you might try to play pawn to A5 and rook to A4. I'm not going to allow you to do that. I will sit my own rook on A5 and just block your progress.
F5 played, which not necessarily a sign that that E-Fawn is being aggressive, just a smart move, increase your space advantage. Maybe you will play for F4 in some positions because D4 could be undermined, but even if you don't, this looks like it's headed for a draw. And again, that would be all E-Fawn needed to do, draw with black, given that Wang Hao got it done against Vida Gujarati, and Team China maybe about to take the clear lead, given that Team USA doesn't right now look like they're going to get a victory over Team Europe.
No, it looks like Team China should be thrilled based on this match score. Wang Hao winning with the black pieces, that's huge for them, and unfortunately for Vidit, he's having a tough go of things here. He's lost all 3 games thus far that he's played.
Okay, F3. What does she want? Bring the king up. F2, E2, D3. You could try to manufacture E4 slowly but surely. In a fantasy world, you get the C4 square for the king. So here she starts with a plan to activate the king.
Yeah, she's doing this well. She's trying to get at least some progress to push pawns, but for the time being, black is safe and sound. The king's on F6, nicely located, and I think that this one should be a split point.
Okay. So if this one heads for a draw, China gets the match victory probably. I kind of want to head back to Levon Aronian's game against Lanier Dominguez. We've got, okay, wow, looks like it's about to finish. In fact, mating net's on the board, and that's a problem. Wait, is it over? No, the clocks were paused for a moment. It looks like the move was transferring. But okay, I mean, rook G2 is probably good enough.
Actually, yeah, that looks good. I was going to say...
the point is we give check and then put the other rook on F2.
Yes. But then what? Because the knight F1 protects
well, you have
H2.
knight H3, rook G1 coming.
Oh, that looks brutal. That looks as bad as it gets.
And this is another way to do it, right? You're threatening knight H3, rook G2, and rook G1 mate.
Yep. Nice. Rook G1 is pretty, and the knight is stuck protecting H2, but it has to move to get the G1 square protected. So you're just essentially picking the checkmate that you're going to allow.
King H1, knight H3, and again, if the knight moves, rook H2 is mate. If the knight doesn't move, rook G1 is mate. The computer announces mate in 5 a few moments ago. And wow, what a day right now for Levon Aronian. Welcome back to top form. He gives us a smile. Congratulations, Levon. That was awesome. What a game right there. Levon Aronian goes 2-0 on the day and puts Team Europe in a position to not just beat Team USA, but stay in the hunt for this thing, right? China and USA came in tied, but Europe was behind them in whatever, tied for second, third, however you want to look at it. So this is huge for Team Europe.
Yes, and Levon Aronian in good form beats even the best players on the planet. And so this is very good news for Team Europe. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave held to a draw by Hikaru Nakamura, but on board 2, Levon with the black pieces nonetheless takes out Lanier Dominguez.
Yep. Anish Giri playing Wesley So, also probably good for Team Europe in the sense that I don't know that this is enough for white I don't know this is enough for black to win, right? I mean, the extra pawn. So all Anish needs to do is draw now that his teammate Aronian has gotten the dub.
And this is a theoretically drawn position, but Wesley will push. He'll just try to make Anish blunder at some point, but Anish has plenty of time and is well strong enough to hold on to this endgame.
Yeah, this is fantastic for Team Europe. And Anish, so what's the only other game that we have to bring up is between Anna Zatonsky, and I do not have that game up yet, looking for it.
Okay, Zatonsky Anna is the username, so if you want to type that in, but it looks like it's good for Zagnidze, unfortunately for Team USA. So it's all Europe in this matchup.
Yep. Over in this game, Zatonsky versus Zagnidze, and
It's an extra pawn.
yeah, Team Europe looking primed. Wow.
This, unlike the game between Wesley and Anish that we just saw, while Wesley's up a pawn, the chances of winning that game are very slim. But in this position, where you have a clean pass pawn with more pieces on the board, this is very good winning chances for Black.
Yeah, you can double rooks on the d file, and if the pawn tries to be blockaded, you start looking at ideas of knight b4 and knight e5. Some variations like this would show that well, I guess the blockade is working here, because if the king moves away from check, then knight e5 perhaps could be met by something like rook takes d4. I was thinking if the king is on g1, then knight e5 could take f3 with check as an intermezzo. So maybe this is what White has in mind to kind of.
But you can give up the d4 pawn to win the c4 pawn. That's the great thing about Black's position.
True. But she did play king f1, and I'm thinking she might double on the d file. So how does that go?
Well, it can go exactly how you were just.
Okay, rook d8, rook d3, knight e5. We get the trade.
You have to be careful before you do this as Black, because when you whittle down the material, you don't want to make sure you still retain great winning chances. But having the outside pass pawn, in this case the b pawn, will be a decoy. White's forces will have to pay attention to it to gravitate towards the queen side, and then Black will shift gears and aim for the king side where the remaining pawns are. And that's a frustrating endgame for White to try to hold. It's not saying it's out of the question that White does hold this position, but Anna Zatonsky in a very tough spot.
Right, and we always talk about knight endgames are the closest to king and pawn endings as far as how you evaluate them, because the knights are the slowest minor pieces and often don't handle themselves well against passed pawns. So when you're evaluating these types of transitions, as Robert said, as far as educational tip for those watching, you have to be super careful if you're Zatonsky, right? Yes, Black doesn't want to trade too quickly, but if you get into a knight and pawn ending where there's a clean outside passed pawn, very often that is lost, just like a king and pawn ending would be.
Exactly.
Okay, so critical moment here for Zatonsky to try to figure out how to deal with it. She does respond to rook fd8, not with doubling, but with king e2. And Zagnidze has already played the move g5.
Trying to dislodge the knight from f3, where it attacks the d4 pawn and prevents knight to e5, at least not making it so easy, because if you start trading knights on e5, then you start looking into rook endgames, only one extra pawn, and then the drawing chances seem to be improving for White.
Well, this would be a huge hold for Team USA. They're in a bit of trouble this round if they fall to Team Europe anyway, but if Zatonsky can find a way to set up some sort of blockade, it would be great, although looking at the clock combined with the position, feeling less and less confident about that. Just looking at the other game that's still going, Wesley So and Anish Giri probably close to a draw anyway, which again, just fine for Team Europe. That's all Anish needs to do down a pawn in this rook ending.
Yes, and it's what he needs to do for the match, but I'm not sure I like that he's down a pawn with the white pieces. It seems like Anish not really finding his good form in this tournament.
As far as the big picture goes, right? We know Anish lost yesterday with White to Yu Yang Yi. If you missed that game, it was a game that was probably very close to equal until one move, one self-induced rook trap by Giri. But I guess you would say that if you're looking to stop the bleeding, a draw is better than a loss for sure. But yeah, Wesley So as Black being the only one who can win, probably not your favorite thing to see if you're team captain Garry Kasparov.
And Kasparov has lots to figure out, because on board 3, Duda earlier today, he survived that game, but he was in big trouble. And Anish Giri also not seeming to be in his finest form. So choosing between those two, and both are a little shaky on board 3. It's not going to be easy going forward.
Yeah, and that's totally true. I'm still shocked that Duda didn't lose that game to Pantala Harikrishna. We never got a chance to go back and look at it. Maybe we will at some point. But okay, if you're one of the 25,000 just tuning in, thanks for being here. This is the first ever FIDE and Chess.com Online Nations Cup, and it's going all week. So hit that follow or subscribe button, depending on where you're tuning in from, and stick around. So Those are the results on the left side, at least as far as this round 4 goes. We will talk about the standings and what it means, but we've been talking about it. China's in the lead along with Team USA, though after this round, it will probably be Team China in clear first.
It definitely will be, because USA at maximum is getting a draw in this match, and they're probably going to lose it. But Team Russia out to a lead over the rest of the world, because Jan Nepomniachtchi wins the game over Timur Rajabov.
Yeah, and in fine fashion. Wow, that was a game we started with and then left. We're going to have to back up and see how that happened. We will do so when the games are done. For now, let's go back to Sergei Karyakin's game with Jorge Corey, because Corey just made his last move. I was spying it with 3 seconds on the clock. So he's literally living off the increment and in trouble to go with it. So this is a big moment right here.
And White's pieces are very strangely placed. The knight on a5 protecting b7, but now b7 under attack another time. If rook takes c4, his intention, Corey's, is maybe king b6, but then the bishop can retreat because the king can't take the knight on a5 because the knight c5 is hanging. So a lot at stake here in the match, but also just every single piece on the board seems to be hanging.
Corey looking a little nervous there, kind of shifting around, knows he's under time pressure. Hopefully he doesn't also have to go to the bathroom or anything. We've got a tough spot if you're a Corey fan. King b6 played quickly, I think, will be met by bishop f3. And as you pointed out, the a5 knight can't be taken without c5 falling.
And right now, White is up a pawn because he just captured on c4. So that's good news for Team Russia and Russian fans, because Karyakin looking like he's going to pull away, especially considering the time situation.
Yep. Bishop f3, pretty much the only move here, though. B4 would be a big mistake to protect the knight and attack, because then that knight captures b7. So I think bishop f3 is the move we're going to see. And then Corey will only have 20... Oh, bishop c6. What?
What's that?
What and why? Okay, he's got b4 at the end of the line, but rook b5 will guard it. I think the idea is bishop, knight, king takes, b4, but then rook to b5, and black is doing okay.
And then a4 for White. I guess that's his intention. But then there's king d5. So
yeah, king d5 is going to force the exchange. It seemed like an unnecessary transition. I guess one key point is that this rook on h1 is still sort of holding the h8 rook prisoner, but...
this was an oversight. An oversight for sure, because rook b5, a4 looks devastating for black if you have to move your rook away, but you don't, because king d5 comes in attacking this rook on c4, and I promise you that's what Karyakin missed.
Yeah, so now he settles on rook h4. The knight isn't going anywhere, but still seems like it was an unnecessary move. Again, bishop f3 was super clean here, and then b4 is coming in. White is really fleshing this one out with no problems, but now... what's the move for black? Can you just... Oh, I was going to say, can you sack the h-pawn? He does it. Maybe it wasn't good, but that's probably what I would have done.
So he's giving it, but now you check on d4 and rook d6 check is coming. You're losing, I think, all your pawns here.
Wow.
So unfortunately for Corey, I mean, it still was complicated. It still was better for White, but yeah, it was slipping out of his hands, and Corey didn't have enough time to figure out what move to make instead of rook to b8. I'm not even sure what that move was, but okay, it's clear that the bar is going up and down.
This is a much-needed bounce back for Team Russia, by the way. Assuming Karyakin converts here, and as we already said, Jan Nepomniachtchi beats Timur Rajabov, which is just huge. So Team Russia trying to get out of the cellar of this event right now with India. This is looking like it's going to be a huge, huge round for them.
And it's weird to think about Russia being in the bottom of the standings, but it's what happens in a field like this when there's so few teams and every single team is so talented. And Corey shaking his head, being like, something went wrong here. But, when you look at this match from on paper, this is where Russia needed to strike, where Corey is much lower rated between the two. Karyakin has a world championship match under his belt. He, of course, lost that one to Magnus Carlsen in 2016, but very experienced, very strong, and unfortunately for Corey, too strong in this game. So, yeah, it looks like now with the rook on the 7th rank, the f7 pawn, you're just mowing down the pawns down the 7th rank. And, all right, that's good news for Team Russia. Corey, unfortunately, after his great start yesterday, a win over Adiban to be the hero for his team. Now, it's not his fault.
Will be playing lucky to draw match. And likely will not.
Yes. So, where to now, Danny?
Well, we can go to the other game between Russia and Team World here. That is the board 4 battle between Maria Muzichuk and Olga Giria. Giria looking okay here, as long as you don't get mated, I guess.
It's funny because both sides are thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, knight d2 check, rook c1 mate if the rook leaves the first rank.
Yep.
So rook 1 to h7 check, king f6, the king escapes, and white's king that might get in trouble.
Yeah, rook check, king f6. The problem is that if both kings are equal, then maybe white is actually worse due to the fact that she has more pawns to worry about here. I mean, rook
And the
d4 is
d4
just a
pawn's
threat.
already under attack.
Yeah. Lots of games finishing now. Again, as we already said, you can head over to chess.com always and follow the games yourself. Of course, we will give you a full recap when this round is done, along with interviews, break down some of the highlights that happened here in round 4 that we may not have covered as closely as we should have, and give you the full recap. So don't go anywhere as this round 4 matches wrap up here. Wow, knight g4 threatens mate, by the way.
Yes, watch out for rook 1 to h7 mate.
Yep, this is mate now.
So rook c1 check, just to distract the rook and win the rook on h8.
Very nice. Maybe the only way to save it, and indeed, Giria finds it. Now d4 is still falling. Black is probably still in control.
But there's knight e5, rook c7 type of things here. It looks like white is actually trying, I don't know if able to, but to fight off black's rook because the f7 pawn is under attack.
Well, it seems like Team Russia has pretty much already secured victory here. No, although not quite, because we have these 2 games that matter. In fact, they're the only 2 games going. We have this battle between Muzichuk and Giria, but also the battle between Artemiev and Firouzja is raging on as well. Do you want to check back in with that one?
Let's go to that one.
Let's do it. Alireza is better as white with the bishop versus the knight, also up a pawn. But I get worried about the king on g4 as far as tricks that happen in these endgames. Although, again, that king could quickly become an asset if it helps kind of corral the mating net over here.
And one thing that I'm looking at, which I always bring up, dark square bishop, light square, a8 square. So in the event that the rooks get traded, the knight just needs to trade off itself for the kingside pawns, and then it's immediately a draw.
Bishop d4 played. Now, okay, rook to d2. The bishop wants to stay on this diagonal. I'm assuming to not just guard the e5 square, but also the f6 pawn. But this, I don't know. It's one of those positions where I know white is better, Robert, but I feel more nervous about white's position. Am I alone there?
No, knights are so tricky, especially with no time on the clock. And king h7, if you could play rook e4 to h1, you can move like a queen. It'd be checkmate on the h file.
Right.
But you don't have time.
I always try to do that.
Those bugs.
Yep. Doesn't work, unfortunately. No, but it's still an idea you have to keep in mind. Rook e1 is a move to consider, but then black has an opportunity to respond. How do we deal with rook e1? Rook e1, you have to, I guess, guard the 8th rank to free the... No, wow. Rook c7 quickly met by king h6.
Oh, rook
Artemiev now
g5
threatening.
check.
Rook g5 check.
Uh-oh. This is turning
that's
around.
a big problem. He's got to run away. The rook can go to g5 anyway.
Alireza in time trouble, right? He's the one who is down on the clock here. And king h3, not a move you're happy to play, but a very good move. Just to say, if rook g5, I have rook g4. I'm not losing this g3 pawn because otherwise my king is in big trouble.
Right.
Although there, you rook g5, rook g4, knight f4 check is an option because if you take on f4, rook take on g3, and black has at least a draw.
Okay, wow, rook f3. I think he's trying to prepare something with knight f4. But did he miss this? Very nice move. If you bring the other rook in to d3, then rook g4. Oh, no, the bishop's hanging.
Yeah,
the
bishop
rook
e1.
d5, d3 has to be met by bishop e1.
Right. And the f7 pawn is under attack. So if you leave it there too long, I'm just going to scoop it up.
Artemiev has gone all in here. Maybe this move rook f3 was a little too aggressive.
And that's a good decision, I think, to swing that rook right back. It's hard to put your piece on a square it just came from, but sometimes it's the right decision. And I think he absolutely had to make that move.
Bishop e1 played, trying to hold g3 so that taking f7 is an actual threat. Firouzja super zoned in along with Vladislav here. Something
Very
tells
good
me
move, rook to d7.
We're going to be seeing matchups like this for years to come between these two guys.
And black's essential point is that you have a dark square bishop. My king can sit on g6 once my knight moves out of the way. And so I can just control all of the light squares. And after rook c4, I guess you can free the knight, knight e5, but rook d6 played to protect.
Yeah, I thought
a6.
he would go knight e5, knight e3 with tempo, and then just king g6, but he didn't. Maybe he should.
Yeah, I would have preferred that because I don't like my knight getting cut off.
Yeah, although he can go to g5. G6 wasn't the only square for the king, but I agree. I think knight e5, knight e3 made more sense.
I just don't like having my knight, not in the
yeah,
action.
I agree. Now the
G5.
knight is that wasn't maybe ideal for Artemiev, and now
This idea with rook d3 is so annoying.
yeah, I mean it pins down the rook, everybody, because the bishop's hanging. It threatens things like king to g4. This is super frustrating to deal with. If the bishop moves off, you can just maybe take f6.
Yes. And so now the king can also come to e6 to protect the f7 pawn that way. Now it's on f5, and the king has to stay attached to the g3 pawn as white. So all the ways you would play for a win here don't seem possible. Maybe
right,
a5.
and again, the computers, like white a little bit. Maybe they can handle these positions because white is up a pawn, so they're a little materialistic. But from a practical perspective, it feels like white is like one move away from losing this position, and you have to be super careful.
Well, I would have played a5 as white just to advance my pawn, put on a dark square where it's protected, and then go after the a6 pawn at some moment. Like, you at least pretend like you're going for the win, because Alireza needs to win his game, and then he needs Maria Muzichuk to win hers, and it's not going to happen just based on the positions that we've seen. But
right.
Whether you lose 3-1 or 2.5, 1.5 at this point, it's the same.
Though it does look like Maria maybe has held on to where she shouldn't really lose against Olga Giria over there. We'll check in on that in a second. But this game seems more likely to have a decisive result at this point.
Right, of the two, that's for sure. But it seems like we've gotten a bit of repetition here. And king back to e4 is probably what Artemiev is going to play. And there it is.
Maybe time to
play
tickle
a5.
this one, and we'll be... Well, again, it secures the victory for Team Russia, just a single half point more.
But I think Firouzja should play on. And I think he should play.
Learn the lesson from last round.
I don't know about the bishop there. I thought just putting the pawn on a5 in a dark square, because here rook a3, and your bishop and your a pawn are under attack. So I don't really love bishop a1. I like that he's trying to change it up and play for more. But rook d1 played by Artemiev, and we might just see a repetition. Wait a second. Is rook e7 check an option?
Maybe it was.
No, can I go rook e7 check? But you're not going to take me. I'm just going for tricks.
Yeah, that's the whole point, everybody, is you can't capture because the queen comes to e8. But Alireza is playing it on, I mean, as he should. But again, I still think it could be risky. He's the one who's a little bit lower on the clock. Despite the extra pawn, feels very hard to push in for an edge.
With the increment, he can build up some time. It's what he's doing.
That's fair. And a good point, yeah.
He's built up a little bit of time. He's saying, all right, I'm up a pawn here. There's no risk that I should lose this game. And he plays rook to e3. So offering the rook exchange here, that's a big decision for Artemiev. And if you trade on e3, then that white king is going to try to dart over there to the queen side and get the a6 pawn. So I think if I were Artemiev, I would just back that thing up to d5 or d6, or to d1. You can go forward, but just do not trade rooks.
Yeah, trading rooks is how you lose this endgame. Even with the bishop being the wrong color corner, it may not matter. So keeping the rooks on the board, the question is, where does he want to go? He's thinking about that right now. To d7, to d5, to d1.
Yes, and it just makes his life easier. He knows the setup that he needs. He's been in that setup. But as soon as you trade rooks, then you have to start calculating, wait, where does my king belong when my opponent's king is on X square? And that's when it becomes difficult in time trouble. And okay, rook to b1. You see that white's king is inching closer. King d3 here. Keep on going towards the queen side. You need to attack the a6 pawn, and the knight on g6. It has remained on that square. We wanted to go knight e5 earlier. Artemiev refrained from doing so. And can he go knight f8, knight e6? He sure can, and maybe he needs to do that. And right now, because I don't like the fact that white's pieces are inching, they're encroaching on the queen side, and black is just kind of dilly-dallying.
Well, also, everybody protects each other, so it's one of those weird spots where you feel super safe to push forward tactically. Karpov would be proud. And like you said, if the king can inch its way forward, you have a couple ideas, both coming to the queen side, but also in the center, you maybe help with other tactics. Why not just king c4 here?
King c4 looks
d5?
good.
Yeah, he does it. Okay.
Right. King
I'm
d5.
Ready. Let's go for it. I mean, you could also go to b4.
Ooh, king b4 to go to a5. That actually looks even better.
Yeah, maybe it was. But okay, king d5, I think that was the first instinct. And now the knight going to come to e6 in a hurry.
So one idea I'm having for white is bishop d4, bishop b6, pawn a5. Just cement that bishop on the b6 square, make a6 hard to protect, then try to go and corral that pawn. But of course, as soon as you leave the f6 pawn, black will capture that. So putting your bishop on b6 has some risk to it as well.
Regardless of the result in this game, it seems very likely Team Russia will go on to get a much-needed victory after losing earlier today. The only other game going, we'll stick with these two guys on camera, just flash the board real quick. Maria Muzichuk and Olga Girya likely headed for a draw, just to show you only the single extra pawn remains there. Should be a draw. So this is the
I would
one
be careful about that game as well. You know, it's knights are so tricky in blitz, so it's
yeah, of course, could still be plenty of tricks, but should be a draw. By the way, speaking of tricks, did black just win the a4 pawn? What happened?
Yeah, well, the
Did he
knight is
sack it?
cut
Now
off.
he wants to trap the knight?
But you can go rook c2 and the knight's getting out. So I think it's a risky little moment here because rook a3 does threaten to win that knight, but as rook d8 check, and where's the king
also
going
works,
there?
yeah.
And now rook b8.
Okay, yeah. You just come back and you're threatening knight b6, knight d7, and all is fine.
Yes. So it looks like this one, at long last, is finally going to be the result we anticipated it would be in a draw. But there is rook b8, and the knight gets out, very importantly.
Yep. Wow. Well, that was part of the risk of bringing the king into the center the way he did with king d5, is the forks that can always have with the knight. But I wonder if back in this moment, it actually was indeed king b4 that may be the opportunity for Ruja missed to just be a little more direct and go after that a-pawn. That might have been the last moment he had to really have winning chances. Now, again, I mean, it should be a draw, but now you got to be careful.
Yeah, you're worried about rook g4 check, and then the f7 pawn getting in trouble after rook g7. So I still think knight to b2.
Well, I was thinking even white has to be careful now. I mean, yes, knight b2, you can always just trade in the rook ending, but if you don't trade into the rook ending now, I mean, the king is vulnerable to the rook and knight kind of coordinating against it. The a pawn is the only pass pawn on the board. I don't know. I mean, I think white needs to maybe start thinking about bailing out here.
I don't disagree. But for the team, Alireza is trying to win this game. He knows it's not a winning position.
Right.
And
Artemiev might just finally settle here on the repetition and say match victory for Team Russia, and he does indeed do that. So, okay, there is still the one game going, and we will head over to it. Okay, we commentators curse. We're there just in time to announce that it is a draw. The king and pawn ending easily drawn here with black's king already perfectly in front. We'll let it play out to stalemate because people like to see that. As long as you play the king straight back, you can always meet with opposition, which is exactly what just happened there. We have a draw, and it means we have liftoff here for round 4. The games are in the books. Team Russia does take the victory, 3-1 over Team World. As you saw, Team Europe also got the victory, which maybe is the biggest story of the day. They really bounced back here today. They have now tied the USA for second place overall. Unfortunately for Team India, this rough start to this event continues. But okay, there's a lot to recap. There's several interesting games. We didn't get to see the final moments too. We also have some interviews with some people that you're probably going to want to hear from. I'm just going to tease it like that. So don't go anywhere else. Plenty more up ahead here as round 4 of the Online Nations Cup continues.
A premium membership at chess.com will help you improve your game with full access to a powerful set of learning tools. Unlimited tactics let you practice like a master, with more than 50,000 puzzles to challenge you at every level. Our library of interactive chess lessons, created by master coaches, will enhance every aspect of your game. And after each game you play, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you played, turning every game into a chance to learn. And that's not all. Premium benefits also include unlimited tournaments, video lessons, the Opening Explorer, and much, much more. Upgrade now to take your game to the next level.
Welcome back, everybody. Round 4 of the FIDE.chess.com Online Nations Cup has finished. The standings, as you see them on the left side, are updated in regards to the overall event. Robert and I have some games we've picked out that we want to break down a little more thoroughly that didn't get our full attention during the crazy time scramble that is this rapid affair, Robert. But before we even get into that, just speak quickly, if you can, on what we're seeing right now from Team China. Team China. Team China.
Yeah, they are such an exceptional team, and with Ding Liren on board 1, they're just always going to feel safe on every single board. So sometimes in Olympiads or in events like this, you'll say, all right, there's a rating advantage that we can take advantage of, or we're the underdog on a certain board, but China is always going to be at least about level on their board, and that's a scary proposition because with Wang Hao on board 2 and Wei Yi or Yu Yangyi on board 3, I mean, there's just maybe board 3 you can make an argument for, but on the board 4 with their female players just way too talented, and so I just don't know where you're supposed to take them apart.
And board 3 is where they've gotten some decisive results, right? Yu Yangyi beating Anish Giri yesterday, and so it's just, yeah, like you said, top to bottom, super hard to contend with. They're also doing a fantastic job with coverage. Shout out to our partners in China covering the event in Mandarin, reaching more than 300,000 live concurrent viewers. Just amazing stuff. We know that the Chinese really, really like to support their team. They look at this as the Olympic team. It is the same team that would field at their Olympiad in many respects. So crazy stuff and exciting for them, but everyone else is not out of it yet, right? USA and Europe are right there behind them. We haven't even reached the back half of the event. Will teams like India and World find themselves a little bit? Obviously, that'll be the storyline we start talking about tomorrow. But the storyline we gave a lot of attention to at the beginning of round 4, Robert, was the one here between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Timur Rajabov. And the reason, everybody, is because this particular line, really the structure that's defined as early as move 7, c5, has now been played by Hikaru Nakamura versus Magnus Carlsen at the Magnus Invitational. It's been played by Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura. Then today, Timur Rajabov took this position as black against 2 players, and against Hikaru and now Jan. But this line goes a little bit differently when he goes for the much more aggressive approach here on move 15 with b5, Robert. We haven't seen this yet in any of those games I mentioned, right?
We have not, and it creates an imbalance because even though we've talked about how white is better because of the locked up pawn structure and maybe the pawn at c6 being a weakness, this actually is a very forcing line that Rajabov seemed to know. He seemed to understand that he had to sacrifice an exchange, which was a good decision. But when the dust settles here, you see that black has a bishop and not even a pawn just yet for that rook. So as time goes on, you're thinking, do I have enough material?
Well, maybe that's the point. I mean, you and I were looking at this in real time, and obviously these guys have prepared it deeper than us, but the computers suggest to go ahead and take that pawn and get a little more material for your chances as black. Rajabov did not go for this. He did not take the pawn. Ultimately, I don't think that was the reason for the loss, but as you and I already looked at the game, jumping ahead, it took a while, but ultimately, the fact that black didn't have any material, eventually white did maneuver the rooks to the open file. Really, it started with this move 39, this very nice idea that Jan found, which was to retreat the rook to a1 so that the rooks could challenge the b file. After that, I think it almost became smooth sailing. The rooks began to get active, and the wheels came off very quickly for Rajabov, just resigning here because the bishop has run out of squares.
Yeah, and it's once the rooks get in the open board, then you see that there are other weaknesses besides the potential of the a5 pawn being weak, the f7 pawn in particular. So great play by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He understood that the immediate position may be okay for black, but all of the long-term elements favored white. And I'm curious what would happen after bishop takes a3, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But Jan Nepomniachtchi is showing great understanding and fantastic preparation.
And for those of you who were watching this live, you remember that at this point, Jan, I made the joke that he had a side bet to try to reach 28 minutes on the clock, meaning he had gained more than 3 minutes from the starting time control. You gain only 10 seconds a move, so playing very fast. Either way, Jan had lost 2 games in a row, Robert, to Hikaru Nakamura. Then he lost the first round today. But this bounce back victory here, I think, is exactly what Team Russia and Jan Nepomniachtchi needed.
Yeah, Team Russia is now just 1 point behind USA and Europe. And if Jan Nepomniachtchi gets hot, and with Vladislav Artemiev playing extremely well for Russia, this is a team that can find itself in the super final. And if there's any country used to a super final, it is Russia. And because they actually have a over-the-board super final to determine their top player. But props to them. I mean, really good day for the Russian team, thanks to Jan Nepomniachtchi's win here over Timur Rajabov.
The other person that we have to talk about, not just because, spoiler alert, he may or may not be getting ready to join us, is Levon Aronian, who bounced back after a tough day yesterday. Not necessarily a bad day. He lost his first game. That happens when Vladislav Artemiev finds a brilliant rook sack, right? Then he draws, but he really hadn't arrived yet. Today he wins both games, and I think this was actually maybe the most complete game, right? Because even though he won with that brilliant B4 combination, Robert, he wasn't better in that game against Vida Gujarati throughout, right? He was worse at some point there. But in this game here, this was a very clean victory for the Armenian #1. I wanted to just start here as he begins this journey to bring the knight to D3 and bring the knight over to F4. And now it just gets surgical. All of these weaknesses combined with the potential mating net of the king is foreshadowing of how Levon converted on this one. And stop me when you see something you want to talk about, but really this move here was a pretty big sign that he had mate on the brain, right?
And now I'm letting Levon's moves do the talking because he played an exceptional game, one that would make Capablanca proud, where he just saw an isolated pawn, he circled around it like a shark, he grabbed it, and then you look at the kingside pawns, not doing white any favors with those double isolated F-pawns.
You can't really advise Dominguez Perez to do anything different. If you take here, you lose this guy with check, you lose the H-pawn, the F-pawn's going to fall. So he tries his best to keep it messy, but ultimately letting Levon keep his knight did not prove wise. Because when the pieces got going here, the mating net was too much for white to deal with. After the capture on F3 and rook here, we came back to it and saw that the computer was already borderline announcing mates. The rook comes to G2, and the final position is indeed checkmate because you can't deal with rook G1 and continue to guard the H-pawn at the same time. If you move the knight anywhere, rook takes H2 is checkmate. So there you have it. Levon Aronian gets a huge victory here, 2 on the day, and that's going to be huge for Team Europe as we look at the schedule and start looking ahead at the momentum they're now carrying, Robert. Heading in to tomorrow, we'll see Team Europe playing the best chess they have so far in the Online Nations Cup.
Yes, and I'm curious what their captain, Garry Kasparov, will choose to do on board 3 in particular, because Duda, he did draw that game earlier today. He looked like he was in big trouble. And then Anish made a draw against Wesley with the white pieces, but perhaps not exactly the type of game that he desired, at least in that rook end game. So Garry Kasparov will be happy that Team Europe has defeated Team USA, but has a lot of decisions to make.
Yeah, and there's still plenty of chess ahead after that, right? So I think at this point the captains are probably still thinking a little bit of making sure everyone gets in. They want to see who's going to be in fine form in the final rounds. And today, obviously, Levon Aronian showed that he's arriving for fine form, and we know that Anish Giri is hoping to find it as well as the rhythm continues on. And speaking of continuing on, we've got 2 very special guests with us now. Levon and Anish, the 2 guys we've been talking about a lot here over the last couple hours. Guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Have you guys ever been teammates before?
I don't recall. Maybe in Backhouse.
Yeah, unfortunately for Levon, probably in Backhouse, yes.
Well,
He's a very skilled Backhouse player.
Let me ask what you guys thought of that. Obviously, this event is unique, and you're representing Team Europe, right? Which is not really a team that you would be playing for in the Olympics or maybe almost any other event, right? What did you guys think when FIDE approached you with the idea of representing Team Europe? And Levon, I'll start with you. What did you think about representing Team Europe for this event?
Well, it's very exciting. I mean, to be in a team with my friend Maxi Boy and with my other friend Anish Boy and with some, I mean, especially having Gary as a captain. So it's an honor and a great excitement for me. You know, when we had our first Skype meeting, I took a snapshot for history. So yeah, I'm honored.
And Anish, does Gary put up with any of your jokes, or do you stay silent during team meetings?
I'm being very, very careful, obviously. And I'm happy that today we played well, because I mean, I feel that even as Gary Kasparov probably trying to take this lightly, he still at heart always wants to win very badly. And I'm happy my team, particularly Levon today, you know, made sure we are fighting really for the top spots. And I think it matters for him as well.
Anish, let me stick with you here. You just competed in the Magnus Invitational and gave us some epic moments, by the way. Thank you for the shush finger that will forever live on social media. But you've now played in two, call it elite online chess events in the last couple of weeks, right? And we know there's a lot of the comparisons being made right now during the COVID-19 pandemic as far as the differences and how really it's just how people feel in their form. Do you feel that you started to find your form toward the end of the Magnus Invitational, and how are you feeling right now about the overall chess you're playing in this event, in the Nations Cup?
Yeah, I'm not so sure it's so much my form, but it's just that obviously my opponents are very strong, and sometimes things don't work, sometimes they do. I'm not particularly a specialist in rapid and blitz, at least at the moment. So I need to catch my rhythm much more so than someone like Hikaru or Jan, who play all the time on your server, amongst others. And they're very experienced blitz players. So for me, it takes a little more practice. But yeah, eventually I'm trying, and I'm happy that there I managed to win some good games. And I'm looking forward tier 2 to contribute a little to my team as well.
And Levon, I mean, you had an excellent day of chess today. In your game against FIDE, at first it looked like it was a not great position for you. But how far in advance did you see that B4 move that left everybody pretty speechless with a great idea of freeing your A-pawn?
Well, I mean, it's not a very difficult idea. But when he was putting the bishop on C2, I was under this, feeling, oh my gosh, if only I get to put my king on D2. And then I can play it. And yeah, I just got lucky because I think that game I was not playing really well. I think the mistake started early on with bishop d3, and my play was not impressive throughout the day. So is your hair, dear Robert.
Well, speak for yourself that the idea was.
I'm glad somebody mentions that. I mean, I've been holding my mouth for 2 days. It's really particularly bad. Yeah.
Haircuts.
Despite all the things, yeah, we still try. We also don't have access to hairdressers these days, but we try. I mean, you don't even try. That's really.
I mean, yeah, I'm just here to talk about chess. I'm not here to talk about hair, but I appreciate you getting on my case.
Not a good excuse.
Anish, if it makes you feel better, Robert spent a lot of time playing with his hair before he went live today. He was not happy about his hair.
I actually intentionally made it worse.
You eventually made it work, I guess, as much as you can. But Levon, it really was a great idea, this B4 idea. Not hard for someone like you. For me, I was blown away. So, I know that doesn't say much. But it does seem that you found your form in the second game, right? So this B4 move launches you into a really complete victory as black over Dominguez Perez. Is this maybe a message for team captain? I think you should be playing on board too. No subs needed for you, right? You're feeling fine for the rest of the event.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, we have a very competent team. It's not like we're a weak team. I mean, we're Europe's the best that old country has to offer. So we can substitute every single day, and even put the girls instead of the boys if it was available.
Well, Anish, is it an option for you to I don't even remember, for you to be subbed in on board 2, board 3, or how are you feeling? Are you asking Gary to give you a chance, put me in, coach, or are you
No. I mean, it is definitely special to be in a team so good. I remember there was a time in my career that I played in the same team with Fabiano for a Russian team, and we had 2 seasons that he was getting all the whites and I was getting all the blacks. And as it happened at that point in our career, Fabiano went to at some point almost 2,800, and I was still in the 27 lows. And I was always saying there at that time, as this angry little jealous kid, that if not for these Russian championships, I would have been ahead of Fabio. But this way, he's ahead of me. So that was that before. But now with this rapid event, I mean, yeah, it's just really great to see we have team of Maxime and Levon, and young Christoph is a tremendous rapid player. And I feel. I feel slightly like, I'm looking up to my colleagues, and that's a special feeling for me, because usually I'm used to play for the Dutch team. Then I'm the one they're looking up to, and I'm playing the irreplaceable board one. So that's quite special for me, but that's a good thing as well. I mean, also today I noticed at some point in the first round, when you are with players like Levon who are you can sort of say all you want, but basically a top player like Levon, he will always get lucky here and there. And you saw that also in the game. And I think that's sort of one of the main things that separates a player like Levon from just a 2700, that somehow, somewhere, he will just get more points than the rest. And that's great. And I'm happy that we are fighting for top positions now.
Well, you mentioned how you can replace any of the players and still be left with great players. Were you surprised, Levon, that USA didn't put Fabiano to face you?
No, nothing. I mean, it's such a strong team in the United States. So, I mean, I would also have problems deciding who to put. It's on a given day, Linear can have a better day than Fabiano, so it's very tough to decide.
Got it. I really don't have any other questions. It's great to catch up with you guys. I do have one question. Levon, Anish and I will be teammates coming up against Robert and Vidit Gujrathi, and after we destroy them, do you think that you would be willing to play on Robert's team to try to defend his honor against me and Anish?
We go a long distance with Robert. And I'm always there for him at any given moment.
Nobody asks me if I don't mind, not afraid to be, maybe I don't want that. I don't want to be beaten by Robert and Levon.
Anish, this isn't about me and you. Let's shush. Next, we'll talk about that later. No, I'm kidding. I really don't have any other questions. Again, Levon, congratulations on a big day, and to you both, Anish and Levon. Team Europe had a very, very strong performance today and put themselves in the thick of things to win this event. And so thank you both for joining us, and have a great evening.
Yes, sir, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. And Danny, you heard it there first from Levon's own mouth. He's always going to be there for me. So no matter how much,
there for you.
No matter how many jokes at my expense he tells, at the end of the day, we go way back, he'll be there for me. So I would look forward to teaming up with Levon to take you out, Danny. There's nothing actually I
don't know that Anish would be so into that, but I think he's going to be surprised by how well we meld when push comes to shove. We've got a rocky relationship, me and Anish. It's not very different from our rocky relationship, obviously, but no, I'm kidding. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I wasn't meaning to put Levon on the spot there, but I thought of a fun idea. Who knows? Maybe that'll be fun. Little team chess. I'll tell you what's not going to happen. Anish Giri is not going to adopt me. That's not going to happen in the show that we do eventually, where he tries to win 10 games in a row, for those who don't know about that event. So let's remind everybody of what's coming up this week, tomorrow. Just remind you of what you're watching. This is the Online Nations Cup, the first ever here, brought to you by FIDE and chess.com. Those are the standings. We're going to take a very, very quick break. When we come back, we're going to... no, actually, I think we're signing off. Okay, we're signing off, actually. No more breaks needed. Robert, any final thoughts before we send this thing to the books?
Yeah, I would say that to summarize today, China remains an absolute force. They gave up 1 point in the standings because they're no longer perfect, but Team China is full of superstars from top to bottom. You see that Yifan is in great shape, Ju Wenjun's in fantastic form, and then their top boards maybe they'll suffer a loss here and there because every competitor in this entire tournament is just one of the top players in the world. But I just don't see any weak links when I look across this team here. A lot of smiles, and they deserve to be happy because, well, Team China is in first place and looking to run away with this event.
It's gonna be up to everybody else to slow them down, and gonna be hard to do it. But Team USA and Team Europe are not too far behind. So one big match victory over a team like China, you might have to do it head to head, could change things. So remember that it all comes down to the super final, though, as far as the prizes are concerned. So you kind of. It's not that you want to play for second, but you want to play for second, right? You want to at least get second place if you're any other team and make sure that you give yourself a chance against China. So keep that in mind as the event rolls on, and it'll certainly be a storyline we cover. So it was great to catch up with Anish and Levon and Robert. Great as always. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We had a lot of you here today. We hope to see you back tomorrow. The Online Nations Cup continues with rounds 5 and 6. On behalf of the crew here, the best production team and staff in the world helping make this event possible, and our partners at FIDE, thank you. We will see you tomorrow for more of the Online Nations Cup.